are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. 47 space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
And we are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 104, which I titled Putin Cuts Burning Shovels and from the sky and sending us closer to World War III. So I was trying my best because there was a delay, like 15 minutes delay, because I was trying to finish the frontline changes report and I just cannot finish it, and I feel very sad. And since we are now live, I just want to show the latest before we start. It's just a quick one, so should be this one. So the Ukrainian front line has collapsed further. I think you can use this. This is the Uspenivka region. This Uspenivka, the front line have collapsed even further, and you can see the basically the teeth have bite down on the Ukrainian positions. This is based on the latest from Deep State UA, so they are unable to hide the truth anymore. The front line has entirely collapsed, corroborating the entire Russian claims previously, as well as Rozdone also is getting entered by the Russian forces, and the Ukrainians also have to accept that the Russians is now at the doorstep of Velika Novosilka. There's still more updates coming from Rybar, which I have no time to map, because Rybar's mapping takes a lot more time than from mappings from Deep State UA and whatnot, because their mapping is very hard to read. And I have no choice. So that's the situation. The latest, which I'm trying to finish, but unfortunately I just can't do it in time. So because open mic more time sensitive, because later I need to go out. So yeah, I have to get out later to send my mom to somewhere. So that's later. So today will be like a 4 hours, at most 5 hours session. So I'm gonna drop the link to join the open mic, and I've dropped the link to the YouTube live chat. I've pinned it. The Rumble live chat, I have pinned it, and on Twitch, and I have pinned it. So as usual, the DPA Open Mic is live stream across multiple DPA platform on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Telegram, Rumble. And hi, Shadowy.
Hello.
Is this timing good for you?
Not really, but since it's Saturday, it's okay. If you did the same thing, if you have done something in a Sunday, I will not be here, because Monday I'm working.
Can you hear me okay?
Good.
Can y'all hear me okay? Cool. Hey, before everybody gets here, I mean, I know we're obviously going to talk about the missile. So I was just thinking we should try to keep it organized so it doesn't get all over the place. You know, like talk about the missile and the attack, and then talk about the implications. You know, that way we kind of don't go all over the place. You know, like, well, what do you think England's going to do when, you know, people still want to talk about the type of weapon system and stuff. You know, that's all.
What you're saying is that you need Wyatt to summarize the situation to us.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, we talk about, try to keep it like on the missile and the attack, and you know. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think there's not much new from the video report I've done, except that Putin actually announced that it's a new type of medium range missile. So it's called the Oreshnik. And this is the first time it's revealed. No one know anything about it, and suddenly they just use it. and it's basically operated no difference from ICBM. So I think that is the scary part for the Europeans, I guess. Are you afraid, Mr. European? Yeah.
For me, just a very small ECBM. So the range is smaller, but the ability of the missile is the same. If they decided to use a nuclear strike with it, we're all dead.
Okay. So,
and I think the
And I have noticed that there hasn't really been any images post-attack.
Whoops. Oh, am I sounding better? Some people say I was on the wrong mic. Just before I wanted to press go live, my wires tangled. Then I was like,
it's got like a little. I mean, it sounds all right. I mean, maybe there's a little staticky here and there, but it might just be.
Yeah, should be.
Can you all
still
hear
okay
me all right?
You
sound
okay.
fine.
Just now I was on the wrong mic.
I was just saying though. I mean, I haven't seen any post-strike photos yet. Just pictures of the site. So, I mean, it looks like the way the site's laid out, they hit what they wanted to because it kind of went along and hits kind of where those buildings were. So, it looks like it's pretty accurate. Plus, whatever it was made up of, looks like it punched into the ground, and there was like 2 secondary explosions on the surface off to the side. So, something was there. Either that or something blew out from underground through a vent or a shaft or something. But I did hear that there was, military workshops there, repair yard for like the Leopard 2s underground. So, maybe they took that stuff out or damaged it.
So there is rumor saying that the use mesh is underground stuff. So which is why they are using something this powerful to penetrate into the underground chambers. I think that makes sense. So,
but could you have the same result
because I mean,
with some Kinjal who are way, way less expensive? Because I'm pretty sure that this missile is very expensive. It's a test, so they needed to launch it. So why not test it on Ukraine, basically? But I don't see
that's another thing I wanted.
Another one.
Because they say that because if you use one missile, you have 36 cartridges, 36 warheads. You have to send 36 Kinzals, and then I think Kinzals will be more expensive. I'm not sure. Maybe that's the case.
Are you sure there is 36 MIRV?
Because there was 6.
Strange.
Because
they said there's 6.
Head is by 4 or 6 generally. 36, it's really a lot.
So
I think it's 6 MIRVs with 6 shots per MIRV. Like at a certain, you see the MIRVs come down and then they disperse, and then those things go in that pattern.
It was some kind of decoy. I think each MIRV have a number of decoy, but there is only one weapon and several decoy around it to disturb the air defense system.
Oh, I was going to say, I think another interesting thing about this whole situation is, we're in the middle of a conflict. Ukraine is a battle zone, and it's full of, Western equipment. Obviously there's Western advisors and stuff there. And it's kind of like, it's pretty bold of Putin to basically announce that they have this new weapon system that has, obviously different warhead options, and that they've decided to use Ukraine as their test range. And Ukraine literally can't do nothing about it. It's like, we're going to test these weapons, and your country's the range we're going to use, and they can't do anything about it. It's pretty in your face. It's like, I mean, that's like me going down to a tank range, or a rifle range. It's like, your country's basically a shooting range now. And it's, for scary shit. It's already, bad enough with all the conventional stuff, but now you've got these new exotics coming into the battlefield now.
Yeah, so I completely agree with you, Vaughn, in your kind of like cut to the heart of it way of saying this is it reflects what Putin said. What Putin said yesterday, I believe. He said he was basically saying this is why we had the intermediate the treaty against intermediate range weapons like this, because they can reach these cities. Actually, they put out a little video. The Russians put out a little video of, like, we could hit London in 20 minutes with one of these things. And so and Putin's the only sensible person that I've heard talk about this, who said we want to. It's kind of like it's a demonstration to say we want to go back to a treaty, and also in response to the proposed installation of missiles in Germany in 2026. This is why we need a treaty against these kind of missiles. This is why we need to do it. And he's the only one saying that. And we need to pay attention to what he's saying. Is there a problem?
Yeah, because the West always believe that they have the capability to do this and the Russians can't. So which is why they're not always in favor of it. But now it's like flipped. Vaughn, you are muted.
I forgot what I was going to say. Give me a sec. Somebody else can go.
Jack.
Hey, thank you. This escalation and the new weapons, I heard it pointed out, I think it was Israel, the weapons manufacturing, they're testing out these new devices of destruction, and then they can tell them they can go sell it to other nations saying battle tested, right? And so the world is at a point where it is truly time to change. It's time for us to somehow find a way. Wars can end and immediate reforms can begin. And I'll yield.
Yeah, I was going to say, since we have this escalation going on and we're at dangerous times, you should prepare ahead of time, with maybe some extra food. And I'd like to say, you eat Spam, hickory smoked Spam, and now Korean barbecue Spam. That might be the difference between life and death for you in this new nuclear world that we may enjoy soon. You hear that, Spam? We need some sponsorship, motherfuckers.
Spam.
I don't think we'll ever get sponsorship
I
until
bought a little extra Spam right before the election, and then it worked out great. But then Biden's like, well, fuck that. Trump won. We'll have a nuclear war. So it kind of worked out good anyway. I still got my Spam. Lucky me.
We haven't seen
Steve's jealous.
Steve in a long time. Look at him.
Hi, Steve. You looking?
Yeah.
I said Korean barbecue.
I'm desperate need for a haircut and a shave.
Haircut? I don't think you need a haircut. I think you need a beard cut.
We got. Look, this is what's great. This is what's great about the open mic. We got the Taliban here. It's awesome.
I was wondering where we saw those warheads land, I was wondering what the maximum, because it seems like they were fairly concentrated into one area. I know the footage was from far away, but I was wondering what the maximum dispersal of those warheads are. Can those 6 glide vehicles, whatever they are, MERV heads,
I think,
how far apart can they land?
I think you're and some other people were looking at like some systems that might be what that was, and I think the pattern is like a 300 CEP, 300 meter CEP, but that might be for the entire bunch. And if you think about the way it comes down, it looks like it comes down in a little shotgun type pattern. I mean, plus if it was nukes, 300 meters isn't really going to matter to you. So it might. That's one thing they were saying.
Yeah.
Plus they were
But can
saying
each
like
glide vehicle
Mach point. My understanding is it launches 6 MIRVs. The MIRVs can move. Then they deploy the submunition or whatever the the warhead or whatever it is, and those are look like those deployed at the last second, and then they come out and you see them come down. But I don't think the 6 can move independently. I think it's the MIRVs, and then they just move into position and launch because they say they can maneuver a little bit to try and get through the air defense. So I mean, it sounds like what they did is they put inert blanks or penetrators in there and basically launched it like they would have if it was a nuclear system, and then the penetrators did the job. Because I think somebody calculated it like they were just guessing like 250 kilogram penetrators. Mach 8.8 was the guess, and it it was crazy, like 2 million joules of kinetic energy at the point of impact. So it might have been higher than that. It was outrageous. So I would assume if they were going into the ground, they probably hit whatever they wanted to, because it sounds like it would have done a lot of damage or cracked shit and fractured stuff or collapsed it from the shock. Yo, Dan. Yeah.
Yes.
I
Finally,
wanted
right?
to give my assessment.
Finally have Dan Castle timing.
Bro, yeah, finally you do something in our time zone, brother, because you crazy. You're wild.
Hell yeah. As soon as I saw the time zone, I had to send you the link, Dan, because I was like, maybe Dan will come on.
I said, yeah, I can't miss this one. I just wanted to give my assessment of the couple months of what's been happening in the couple months and some things that I've noticed about the conflict, especially pertaining to the weapons that are being used now, the weapons that are being given to Ukraine. I said a long time ago on an open mic that when the Ukrainians start either planting like IEDs or go unconventional or do more defensive weapons like landmines, then you would know that the end is actually near, because the reality is that no matter how many Abrams they ever got, no matter how many whatever weapons they ever got in the past, they do not compare with actually landmines. An abundance of landmines would slow the Russians down significantly more, because Ukraine has never been an offensive player in the game, but they have had some places hold off for a long time through good.
Oh no! CIA got him. No, FSB got him.
Hey, since he's frozen, just real quick, we're probably out of the American M1s. There's probably one left, maybe 2, but probably just one now.
They're gonna keep getting me.
Yeah, FSB got you. Like you said too much.
The end is just near, guys. The real weapons that Ukraine needed was landmines, because they were never an offensive military, because they're being led by people who are incompetent. This whole conflict is a little bit strange to me, and I want to say on the record, because nobody has said it, nobody will ever say it probably, but the winners of this conflict is going to be NATO, Russia, and then the only loser will be Ukraine. And that's going to rub people the wrong way, but this is the truth.
Germany is a
NATO
pretty good loser too.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us have agreed with that.
Who's the loser?
When it's over,
all the taxpayers, I'd say.
Yeah.
Oh no. But in my opinion, I'm just saying. Obviously, there's a shit ton of losers. There's a bunch of dead people. They lost, no matter what side they're on. But I'm saying, as far as large organizations go, the Russia will win this. NATO will have something to win from this, and only Ukraine will lose.
No, I don't agree with you. I think Germany economy is now going really down very fast.
Yeah, but this has.
We've talked about it a little bit on here, and I mean, a lot of people agree with what you're saying as far as the 2 main winners will be the United States and Russia. NATO will get a scrap maybe, but Ukraine's irrelevant what they get.
NATO excluding Europe. Europe is not going to get anything.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like Dan said, NATO might get some scraps, but it's going to be the United States, and Trump and Putin will be the 2 guys with the biggest smiles.
Much love to the Iranian Putin. That's the homie. But yeah, the purpose of me getting on was just this landmine thing, because it's just so crazy that only now ever since the beginning of this conflict, we've had moments where, oh, they're gonna send this weapon, they're gonna send that weapon, and you could tell they've never really wanted Ukraine to win at all. We've all known it. They've sent the wrong thing at the wrong time, and it just keeps happening, and it keeps happening, and it keeps happening. If they had all of these things from the beginning, why wouldn't they send it from the beginning? Also,
Yeah.
it's just embarrassing having
Well, I
to
mean,
live here in
think
Russia,
about it,
man.
dude. Like with the M1A1, they had 5 foreign export variants available when the war started, but they waited almost 2 years before they sent the first 31. If they really wanted to help them, they could have sent them, export versions years ago.
They were
Anyway, thank you.
repeating them for 2
Shadowy.
years. So when
It's
it
either
got
shadowy
I see this
time,
Nunya
or
first.
that's
you're
when they
in.
sent them.
But anyway, thank you to Iranian Putin for the 10 10 memberships. Thank you
He's
so much.
amazing.
Yeah, thanks. Those landmines will be used nicely by Russian sappers to drop them in houses where Ukrainians are hiding. So yeah, that will be needed.
Bro, the
I
landmines
heard
is
there's
probably
been
the most useful weapon they ever got.
Nunya, your
But
turn.
there doesn't seem to be much landmines nowadays, right? You see the advance is way too fast for heavily mined region.
I think they're probably going to drop them in the cities, maybe to try and keep the Russians from taking the cities.
But don't
'Cause, I
you
mean,
guys
they don't
remember
really
there
have
was
time to
and a
one
lot of interest, I
stronghold
reckon.
that held?
Which stronghold?
I don't remember, man, but it was a little enclave that was just you reported on it that it was heavily mined, and the Russians just wanted nothing to do with it. Voladar. There you
was
go.
like, yeah.
That's a great
Yeah,
example
that
of what
place was.
landmines do.
Nunya,
Yeah.
I
your
think
turn.
about it. I think.
Sorry,
Yeah, sorry.
Nunya.
Voleda, the strategically unimportant town and city, it's like totally unimportant. The front line have gone past it so far, but it does shows how important Voleda is. The moment Voleda falls, the whole thing just collapsed. Like Voleda was like that pin that holds the front line. Once it's gone, it's like the front line just keep moving. It's like amazing.
Well, I just wanted to mention, I think that you guys are right. Whoever said that the big winners in this will be Russia and the United States, and they're holding an emergency meeting with NATO and Ukraine on Tuesday. And the way I kind of see it looking, if I was a fly on the wall there, it would probably be something along the lines of the U.S. Doesn't want to support.
We're gonna die. That's what's gonna happen.
No, I can see the U.S. basically saying we're no longer going to support any long-range strikes into Russia. I don't think that they want to have anything to do with that. Now, the U.S. is in a bit of a pickle because they still have 2 months to go before Trump takes over. And I think Biden and company, they want to keep this thing going, and they want to saddle Trump with it. So I think that the message will be no more long-range strikes into Russia. We'll continue to support Ukraine as much as we can. Europe, if you want to send in troops, that's on you. And try to keep it going for another couple months if you can, please. That's pretty much the message. But I agree with what Wyatt said at the beginning, with what Dan's observations were. The front line is crumbling and Ukraine is on the back foot. So this thing can wrap up pretty quickly if Russia wants to. I really think at this point, I don't know what Russia's thinking, because I think that they know that, once Trump comes in, they're going to have a favorable president to work with. So I'm not really sure. I think how fast they advance will really depend on if we see more long-range strikes into Russia. But as I said, I think that after that display that Russia put on with this, whatever it was called, Hazel or something missile, I think the West has seen enough, and they don't want to have anything to do with it. That'd be my guess.
I think there's already been another attack and strike. Willie just posted not long ago.
Really? Oh well,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Then then all bets are off. Then Russia's gonna, mess someone up. Putin gave the warning.
Yeah, but you know what the United States is probably going to happen when Trump comes in is, you're going to have the funding cut off. One of the things they can do immediately is end all the ISR, or at least the satellite stuff, so there won't be any attack and launches or anything, because that's all controlled by the United States anyways. And then, there's really not a lot of equipment to give, so they can slow roll that. And then, as that probably starts to happen, that, and word gets to the Ukrainians, that'll probably speed up the collapse of their military. But there's no reason to think that Trump's going to continue funding a war or supporting a war when he got elected by a mandate to end the war and bring peace. So it may not be pretty, it may not be ugly, but I would assume that they're going to start ramping down their support and do some things like you said about cutting off, not allowing strikes. Well, the easiest way to do that is just to shut down the targeting, information they need for that. And they're probably controlled by Americans or contractors anyway, so they can just ship them on out of there and end that, and then they can slow down the money or just give enough money for something that, if they want or not. I think they got 54 M1s coming from Australia. Will those even make it before, or they just promised? I mean, I just feel like once Trump's in, if he gets in, and depending on how bad things escalate between now and then, because I think Russia's smart. And right now, Russia can play the game, take the hits, because they're not really anything worth a fuck to get upset about. They're just embarrassing. And there's no reason to start a nuclear war because Biden wants to fucking be a piece of shit and just muddle the waters. I mean, that's all this is a poison pill to make sure that whatever conversations Putin and Trump have are as difficult and as complicated as possible. And they both, and basically force Trump to probably have to unwind a bunch of shit. And then maybe even try to have the media say that Trump lost the war against Russia because they set up a situation. Because Trump's been very clear through the campaign that Russia was doing well on the ground. Russia was making major advances. The casualties are way higher than what you're being told. You're being lied to about how bad it is on the ground. There's so much corruption. So, I mean, there's no reason to think that this is going to be supported by his administration very much once he's in. It's just how bad is it going to be when he actually steps in?
Shadowy is next. One, you're jumping in.
Shadowy.
Every second time.
Yes, I think the peace talk are going to begin very soon because Trump is at the initiative, but I'm sure they are going to fail because everybody at the table is going to have a different goal. For the Russian, I think the main goal is Odessa. Because if you take Odessa, basically, Ukraine is neutralized. Okay? Ukraine doesn't matter if they don't have Odessa. So Odessa is the sure thing to keep the peace in the area for Russia. For the USA, for me, the main issue is about who is going to pay the land lease when the war is over. Basically, they want the cash. And for the Ukrainian, Zelensky, the question is how I'm going to stay alive at the end of the war. Because a lot of soldiers' mothers, a lot of Azov terrorists are going to try to kill him. So yeah, he needs to run very fast. And for the European, well, they don't matter. So who cares?
Yeah. This is my understanding, because some people don't understand how NATO can win from this, and I call it NATO because actually, if there was another war, a world war, NATO would still exist because there would be two obvious sides. So the way NATO wins is a lot of people keep talking about economy. Oh, Germany's poor, France is poor. All these European countries have become poor from this. But what does poor have to do with the ability to ramp up your economy if you go into a state of war? There's still United States. There's still Canada. There's still Australia. Canada, Australia, and the United States can give the whatever weapons they need. They can manufacture. You're gonna think about a war, a world war. If this chat's about a world war, there's human beings in America, in Canada, in Australia, in England. There's still human beings that you throw out. I live in Russia. I see the mobilization of men. I see men coming from war, going to war. You guys don't see this as much as I do. So I know that a war actually needs bodies. And you guys are talking about economies. Like, you guys have no clue what the hell you're talking about. If Russia right now decided to go on an all-out war, it's better prepared because its people are ready to do it. That means the United States, Canada, and all these countries, they could do it too. Like, I don't understand where just because NATO equipment is getting its ass kicked because it's being used by Ukrainian soldiers who are inferior to the Western military way of handling business, you guys base it off of that. So NATO will win because it's actually trained. It's some men have to be in the conflict zone. NATO does have people fighting. NATO does have its own weapons experimenting on the front lines. That's really good information and knowledge. Why would North Korea join if there's not something to gain? North Korea needs to train its men in actual conflict. It has weapons being used probably, but it needs men being trained. So NATO's doing a trade-off. Ukrainians will die for the training of the NATO technology, to test weapons, to train its commanders. Even if they failed miserably, they have a lot to win. So economies, people talking about economies, what the fuck does economies have to do with a world war? During the First and Second World War, militaries were fighting well beyond their fucking economies. There was people in the trenches way after they could be sustained. So let's bring it down a little bit. This is real life, guys. Right now, the ruble is at over 100 rubles per dollar. That is something that I'm going to talk about today in my channel. And the West keeps thinking that Russia's going to crumble. Well, guess what? Russia is in an all-out conflict right now. And that's why I say it's going to win, because it's going to defeat the Ukrainian military. I know it now that it's coming sooner than later because they're getting landmines, and you only want to play defense when you're on a weak state of your little story of the war. But that's all I had to say. If you guys are talking about economy, forget about it. Okay, people, when they go to war, when World War III starts, nobody's going to want to buy PlayStation 5s. Okay, nobody's going to be thinking about all these random things. They're going to be thinking about killing the enemy. See you later, boys.
Super chat. 2 months or not, Putin needs to show strength. This group around Biden thinks they are smarter than they are and are playing a game they don't understand. Gum theory this out. I think it's game. This doesn't end well. And I think there's one more. Whoa, you guys are still open micing. We just started like less than an hour ago. So yeah.
Yeah. So the European economy is just in a recession. You know, hoorah! The doomsayers. You want to read it?
The USA doesn't have the human capital to run up manufacturing. This isn't 1945. The USA would not be able to match Russia, let alone China. I actually disagree. I'm with Dan Castle on this generally. If United States really need to do it, you think Elon Musk will not do anything? You know, you think the Amazon will not do anything? Everybody will chip in, though they will share the technology. Everything will ramp up very, very quickly. Super fast.
It would take a ton of money and a ton of time.
I just let him read. And then, yeah, so it's just like in the United States before the war, Second World War, there was no trained personnel to ramp up so much production. It takes time,
happen,
6
right?
months, but yeah, it's organization skills that are needed, and they will just use the CEOs and other already trained organizational.
The time will be bought by the Europeans. The Europeans will be the one, like just like World War I and World War II. They'll go to war. United States will take their own sweet time to build up their military. That will always be the case. And the Europeans will just keep dying. And the Iranian Putin tell you guys to hit the like and join Discord. Iranian Putin is like a DPA Discord guy, you know.
Hey, I was just gonna say on that one super chat.
No, I didn't finish. I just started. Okay, I just let him read the super chat.
Hi, long time no see.
European economy is not in a big depression, or as you guys claim, or anything. There's no large layoffs. No, it's just a recession, regular type recession in Europe. Yes, the Germany drives the economy of the Europe, but mostly Eastern European economy that Germany drives. But the collapse is already because of electric vehicles. Many car manufacturers are suffering more than that. Will have more impact than anything else. They lower the quality of the cars. So many problems with them, and that's the reason that that Europe is suffering in a recession. Main reason, no matter what they're saying about taking one company or two to United States, but having more poor people, it makes it easy to conscript to the army. That's always been the case. You want to have a lot of poor, so they will want to die for just a bit more money, and opportunity to loot and rape. That's what's beneficial for the real war. That's how it happens usually. So if it's a plan to go with it, yeah, that might turn way worse for the economy than it is now. So it seems like it's a long-term outcome, not pretty soon, not very soon, right? Unless they offer the citizenship to all those immigrants, in order to join the army and die, just like United States does. So maybe that's another option too. But what I found out about Oreshnik is that there's two MIRVs within one rocket, one missile, right? And the missile is actually belongs to the family of the YARS rockets, right? ICBMs, three-stage ICBM, a YARS system. You remove one stage, you get short range. You have one stage that will be very short range, right? So that's what Russians developed, basically to add different stages, add the boosters and so on, in order to increase the range and carrying capacity. So it seems like there was two MIRVs on this missile, and how to say, each MIRV carries six of those additional cluster filled munition that add six more. So there was actually two salvos. When you watch a longer video, there was two salvos of the hits. So those two salvos represent two MIRVs that can glide and navigate, right, to hit the targets. So it seems like the second parts, it just separates very low to the ground, pretty near to the ground, maybe at 3, 4, 5 kilometers height. So the spread is very concentrated of each six submunitions, right? So that's what it seems like to be the case. And each MIRV can carry, would say, six. Each MIRV could carry six of nuclear warheads. That's plenty, right? And it can be spread over the larger area than it's in a video. And why such a I would say wide coverage? Yuzmash plant that they destroyed, it's really huge. It's the size of a small city. That's how big that Yuzmash plant. That's one of the main weapon manufacturers in Ukraine. The biggest weapon manufacturer in Ukraine before separation and now, probably. That's why they hit that. That's the main reason. And there is some big comments that everything nearby hits, everything is just simply destroyed, tangled and mangled. Nothing in those warehouses that were directly hit. So it's a total destruction. It seems like those are the, the local testimony, or that's how they say it. So Slava Oreshnik won.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in regards to that super chat, somebody said, Putin needs to be strong over the 2 months until the administration switches. We've talked about it here, and a lot of people behind the scenes, there's people, they should nuke this or hit Germany or do that. That's true. They could do it. You could argue that they're justified in doing it. But, Putin seems to be smart, and Lavrov and all them. And it's like, if you think about it, we don't know how bad the damage was on that target, but let's say it was extremely heavy or it could totally destroyed because they used penetrators and got into there and destroyed all the underground shit. Well, obviously there's other targets like that in Ukraine. And if they can hit it with a salvo like that and, let's say get 80 to 90% destruction of the target, why would you give NATO what they want, which is a Article 5 situation or something like that, or something that they could try to manipulate into, getting more support or some other escalation? You can hit targets effectively inside Ukraine and do massive amounts of damage. You have spy networks and everything in the ISR, so you can hit NATO, US, and Ukraine hard inside of Ukraine without giving the escalatory event that the United States obviously wants by doing this shit. So that's my opinion on that. I think they can be tough but not escalate.
Super chat. Thank you for your hard work, Wyatt. Oh, thank you, 21 Doug.
Shadowy and then Emotep, sorry.
And Emotep, where are you? You bring us into
come back
the
about.
light.
Sorry, I wanted to speak about the idea that the economy doesn't matter in the war. Not exactly that, but the economy is not so important if the war go very hot. I think it depends of the intensity of the war. In 91, during the Western world against Iraq, the Western world economy didn't change, basically. The everyday life of the people didn't change. So it really depends on the intensity of the war. I think what we are speaking about if you need to transform your economy into a true war economy. Something very, very hard to do for democracy today, I think, because basically it means that you give a lot of power to the state. Imagine in USA today, if you need to give all the agency and so on, power basically on the private company, private property, and so on, it would be incredibly difficult. And to transform your economy to a war economy, you need to do that. If you succeed, yes, you could have the same effect that in 41 to 45. But it's what they did. They basically give all the power to the federal state for the duration of the war. But the cost for society was very important. Yes, Imhotep, your turn. I try you.
Yeah. So maybe Wyatt wants to answer the super chat first.
Yeah. Super chat. Question about for me. After this war ends with Russia victory, what will be the Russian army's place in the international geopolitics? Russia will become. I predicted actually at the beginning of the war as well that Russia will come out of this war as a superpower. So before the war started, it's not a superpower. It's just a major power. They'll come out of the war as a superpower. But that will just mean that Russia's military will be very feared, just like the United States military. But it doesn't. Russia is not United States. They will not go around and stir shit everywhere. At least that's what I think. At least historically, they are not known to stir shit everywhere. Maybe next door. No, maybe they go to Central Asia, maybe Syria, but no, not too far, not too far. Okay, Imhotep.
Yeah, so I want to point out something that Dan was mentioning on the trainings that Ukraine is being used as a training ground. So basically, this is very accurate, because if you look at all of the relevant powers involved, so NATO and Russia, they are all using and trying out new weaponry. But you also see North Korea trying out their ballistic missiles in Ukraine. Their artillery weaponry is also being tested out in Ukraine. North Koreans themselves are now training with the Russians, so they are also modernizing their military based on Russian doctrine. But Iran is also testing out their weaponry in Ukraine. One of the most known one is the Shaheds, and then uh, China is actually also training, but they went under the radar for some reason. Um, Remember after the Battle of Bakhmut, where the Wagners they got disbanded. A part of the Wagners they got sent to Belarus for training, training the Belarusian army. Not long after that was announced, the Chinese held military drills for several months with Belarus. So basically saying, you could say that the Chinese were enjoying the music from the Wagnerians in Belarus just to get their military training or doctrine discipled into the Chinese military. So what Dan mentioned is actually quite on point, simply because all of the relevant powers are trying to get a piece of what's happening in Ukraine just to update their own military doctrine. And then another point I would want to take is the human capital. So if you want to mobilize your army, I think for Europe it's going to be problematic, simply because Europe is not united, and then the people are not supporting the government that much. So if you want to go to war with Russia in Ukraine, for Europe it's going to be very problematic, simply because not everyone supports the war, nor do they support the government. So if mobilization would come, I think we would also see it coupled with civil unrest, just for the pushback or societal pushback that the governments have to deal with. So I don't think escalation from the European side would be significant or anything worth mentioning in that regard. And then Vaughn or Dicolo.
Yeah, like
Also,
when you mention these things, like, go ahead.
quickly to the Iranian Putin. I'm in Taiwan, so that's why I introduced the light. Here it's very bright and shiny.
Well, like I heard like Vaughn, your interpretation of like how Trump is going to negotiate peace, and like also like Imhotep, you bring up that like that they're using Ukraine as a testing ground, and like Europe doesn't really, the people aren't really supportive of the war. But you have to remember, like there's also like all the reasons why this war started in the first place. Like, you talk to like the Western Ukrainians, it's amazing because like you can tell that they really believe like the NATO like party line. They're like saying stuff like oh, like Yanukovych wasn't overthrown. They're saying like there were no biolabs. They're saying like, oh, they never banned a religion. Oh, they never tried to ban a language. But really, like all of those things did happen, and there's like a legitimate divide there. I don't think that, like, I think there's a lot of people that do want this war, and there's a lot of forces that are going to keep it going. I think Trump might not be able to do anything about it at this point. Vaughn?
I was just going to go back to what, the foreign troops and stuff. I mean, it's something that we've all talked about on here for a long time is, when it comes to like Iran and China and North Korea, even before the North Koreans showed up and the Chinese were in Belarus, we talked about, we would assume that countries that are friendly to Russia would send, officers or, liaison people to observe and watch, not maybe not the combat stuff, but, how they plan the operations or how they coordinate or how they do the logistics and stuff. So, I mean, I feel like the foreign troops have been there in one capacity or another for a long time. And now it's just a little bit more open and maybe a little more blatant. But I feel like Iranians and Chinese and North Koreans have been there for a long time. Shadowy.
You're muted. You're muted. Shadow V, you're muted.
Sorry. I think I disagree with Dicolo. I think a lot of people want the war to stop, but just they don't know how to do it because their own ideology forbids them to do it. Basically, they are self-persuade themselves that they are the good guy, and the good guy cannot lose. So how do we make a peace deal where we're going to lose something? We cannot do it because we are the good guy. And for a lot of people, it's this kind of mindset they have. Basically, most of the Ukrainian fanatics are like that. We cannot cede our own country to Russia. It's not possible. That's what they think. And I'm pretty sure that some guy in NATO or in UK, for instance, thinks the same thing. And next is Von.
Just real quick, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying that it won't be hard. I just feel like the way they're going to do it is just tamp down on the, the targeting information, the funding, and the weapon shipments, and that'll have the desired effect. I mean, obviously, people are going to fight it, and there's going to be senators like Lindsey Graham screaming their head off because their trillions of dollars are disappearing. But I still feel like they'll get something worked out, possibly if there's actually a chance. But I would assume there's going to be forces that want to keep it going. But he's the president. They have the Senate and the House, and there's a pretty strong sentiment to at least reduce the war. So, and if they get, if the supplies start slowing down, how are these guys going to hold out? I mean, they're already losing everything they can every day. Shadowy.
I'm pretty sure the same thing for Putin. If he wants to make peace today and to stop everything, I'm pretty sure that his own parliament is going to disapprove him. Because Russia spent a lot of things in this war. The Russian soldiers died, they lose a lot of money, they lose a lot of things. So they want more at this point, I think. And the Russian people could not accept the 2-day statu quo. That's what I think.
Just real quick before Emotep goes, I mean, I kind of feel like the war's at a point too with you got a new administration in there, so there's a chance they can find a deal. But at the same time, it's going so well for the Russians on the ground. If by the end of the summer, next summer, are the Ukrainians still going to be able to stop the Russians? And where will the Russians be? And will the Russians have what they want territorially? Anyways, it's like if they can't get the great deal, then fight another 8 months and get what you want anyway. Like you either have, like somebody said a couple weeks ago, Bulgari. The main thing is that security agreement. So either you give the Russians a legit security agreement, or they're just going to fight until they get what they want and then enforce their own security agreement. So I kind of feel that's where it's at. It's either going to have to be a super great deal, or the Russians are just going to finish this out on their terms.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was about to go say that too. I was also about to say what Juan was mentioning, because many people think that with peace negotiations you can just enforce, or like Trump mentioned, just freeze the lines. But it's all exclusive of the wants and the needs, particularly the needs for the security on Russian side. So if you want to have a peace agreement, you need both sides on the table. So Russia will have demands. So if the Russian demands are not met, then there's no agreement. So it will end up continuing anyway, because Russia currently is in a position where they can just continue and force the conditions that they want. So why would they want to just leave it as is? And then if you remember, the initial military goal was the liberation of Donbass. And then if you look at where they are now, they are getting closer to that military goal to begin with. So there's no need to freeze. Just continue as is. Shadowy.
Yes, I agree with you. And we have to understand, I think that the Russian system is not geared for a war which is going to continue. Maybe not this war, or maybe another, they could go with another one in a few years. They have today built their own economy like that, basically to continue to wage wars, not large industry wars, but to continue like that. So for them, is the war going to last for at least 2, 3, 4 years? It doesn't matter. They are ready for that. Okay, but I'm pretty sure that the Western world is not ready for, again, 4 years of wars.
I'll go. Yeah, I agree with Shadowy. I think that Russia knows what they need to do in order to ensure their security. Like that's their primary objective, is to ensure a lasting peace. And I truly believe that. And I think that the Russian people are just fed up with this kind of in between, state that they've been in. So I think that they're fully on board with whatever the Russian leadership has. And, if that means going up to the river, if that means taking Odessa, whatever it may be, the Russian people are on board with that. And as Shadowy said, if that's, a 4-year war, so be it. But, on our side, nobody's thinking in those terms at all. And, I think after this Tuesday meeting, I think that there's going to be a lot of panicked people in Europe trying to figure out how to, number one, back out of this conflict. And then number two, what do we do with this, corpse of a state in the heart of Europe that we're now going to have to deal with? And we were talking about this a little bit last week. I think it's going to start to dawn on a lot of people in the leadership in Brussels that they've got a real mess on their hands, even post-conflict. So, yeah, that's not looking good for Europe.
Joe, your turn.
Oh, sorry, Europe. Go ahead.
You're muted.
You're
muted.
It's Shadowy before me. He had, but I can go.
No, your turn. I speak a lot already. I let you speak. You speak a lot already. Your
turn. So, yeah, thanks. So, what people think, it should be long ago realized. It doesn't matter, because also what the European leader think and want, it also doesn't matter. They're all forced to follow. That's the reality. Okay, all of the European leaders don't want to do it, and I think they knew it. Only the Chihuahuas were, leading the U.S. intentions, right, and driving driving what needs to be said, driving the narrative for the real impactful countries in Europe. But they just have to do it because it's easy to crash Europe with a financial system, with Fed and EU, Europe. It's easy, really. So they're forced to do it. And what people think absolutely doesn't matter. I mean, if there's some importance to what people think about the war and about what their country is doing, they will never make it so poor. They will never enrich the wealthy so much compared to themselves. If they followed what people think and want, they will never even start Ukraine project. That's the politicians would never even think about going with the Ukraine projects. So it should be stopped saying what people think, what people want. It's not the time of the and politicians are not such. They always do what they want. I mean, always. The last 30 years they do what they want, no matter the consequences for the people and for the countries. That's what they do. So there's already talk about on Russian Telegram channels. There's already talk about JSONs being approved by United States. So JSONs have 900-kilometer range. So it's not Oreshnik didn't show nothing, didn't do nothing. Everything goes according to plan of the really big World War III, according to a U.S. plan. They want to hide everything. They want to hide. They want to do it. So everything goes according to plan, as the Russians like to say. But everything goes according to the U.S. plan. That's a big problem. So yeah, Tuesday could be decisive. Tuesday meeting, is that NATO meeting or what? But it could be decisive because Italy might turn over and switch and not to help NATO anymore, like join Orban and Fico. Maybe that might happen, and if that happens, that means, because we see the Italian prime minister, the lady, pretty lady, she's pretty cool with Trump uh, and Elon Musk, specifically with Elon Musk. So we should uh, we should know if she is in agreement with them, and if she resists, because Italy is one of three decisive economies in EU, the really huge economies: Germany, France, and Italy. Any of them get out of EU will collapse. So it's one of those decisive possible role in what's happening in EU. So we will know what was she saying in this meeting, because I believe she will be messaging what Elon Musk and Trump administration want. But I don't believe what one says. Trump's campaign promises are campaign promises, just as every other campaign promise up until now. We'll see. He won't be able to do much. He won't. He cannot do that much, as the hopes are up. So now you go ahead, Shadowy. Slava
Yes.
Oreshnik.
I would like to
forget
ask
what I
one.
wanted to say.
Introduce the new guy. Introduce the
Yes,
new guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm the
introduce
new
yourself
guy.
first.
I'm Igor. I live in Ireland for 11 years. Originally, I am from Serbia. That's the country which NATO bombed illegally and annexed part of it, known as Kosovo, against UN Charter, and which. So we come to the double standards all over again. But one thing interests me. NATO is actually bombing Russia now for since the HIMARS was introduced. They're using NATO satellites to guide cluster munition on Russian soldiers. They killed hundreds, maybe even thousands, because conflict is really long. They're bombing Russia proper with ATACMS and everything, and Putin is just saying nothing, doing nothing. I just don't. I do think that deep state Democrats, they have interest to escalate, to prolong war. Maybe Putin will sustain himself, wait for Trump, try to avoid bigger conflict, but that's basically NATO is doing whatever they want. They're bombing Russia proper, and there is no response. China is not saying nothing about it, which I'm surprised.
So actually, to add something, so besides the satellites, they also need encryption codes, which is not handed over to the Ukrainians. So technically, you need NATO troops to prepare the targeting and to do the encryption as well. So it is definitely NATO strikes on Russia. And why they don't do anything is probably the plan is to not escalate it too fast. So like escalation control. Shadowy.
Yes. The target of the intermediate range ballistic missile was a huge installation in Dnipro city. So certainly, if the job of this installation was to repair tanks or to repair war materials, war vehicles, and so on, you could be absolutely sure that in this installation there were a lot of people from NATO. Maybe with a mercenary contract, maybe with something like that. But if all the installation, all the buildings are destroyed, you could have maybe, I don't know, 50 or 200 Western guys dead. So, it's a form of strike back.
Super chat. Labor is heterogeneous, and so is GDP. How long does it take to fill key effective CNC machinists? How long to restore the plant? 5 to 10 years minimum.
Yep, minimum. And this is what I was saying earlier. Like, we don't have factories to retrofit. So we'd have to build the factories from straight up, and we don't have any people to build them or staff them. Like, ask Mehdi. Mehdi was a machinist for years. Who knows anybody who's a machinist nowadays? Like, we just don't have that skill set anymore. It's a big problem.
When you're saying we, do you mean Americans or who?
I mean, in the West.
Western.
Yeah,
Well,
Western.
I don't think there is anything that West cannot import relatively easily. They can import labor, brain, technology from wherever they want. They have enough money to pay for it. I mean, how many brightest people from Russia and China are going to the United States, even from my country? At the very time while Americans were bombing at the time Yugoslavia, they were giving green cards and student visas to smartest people and taking people from all over the world, all the time. So
as far as I know,
I can see that happening.
There's a lot of machinists in United States. I know a lot of them. A lot of Croatians and Bosnians were machinists in United States. There's a lot of them. There's not dedicated for military production. That's true. There's not many there, but there's huge amount of machining done in United States, in Europe, specifically in Eastern Europe more. But it's easy to turn those civilian use machines into the military production. It's by power of the state, right? So you have a lot of just not dedicated for the war. That's what's the reality is. They now the maybe smaller number than 20 years ago, but they produce 10 times more than 20 years ago. That's what reality is. So all those old machines can be turned back to the military productions. It's not an issue, and how to say but they will have to simplify the weapons, not these highly complex, long-term production weapons. They will have to go back to what Russia is doing. Very simple, cheaper, easily replaceable, mass production type weapon production. But they don't think, because the market is God still for the West, and there's no change, obviously. Thanks. Nanya, you started talking, so you want to keep going?
US is escalating because Putin is weak.
No, it was my turn, actually. You can sit there and complain about, whatever you said about me believing Trump's promises, and they're just campaign promises. All I'm talking about is the guy said he was going to try to negotiate with Putin and end the war. I mean, if that's believing in these campaign promises, well, I guess I'm guilty. I mean, he's going to try to end the war. Why wouldn't we support that? I mean, it might not work out, but at least he's going to try. And the guy that's in there right now obviously isn't interested in it.
So Poland and Romania have systems that can turn to nuclear capable. what are the chances that the US leave? Maybe NATO dissolves and Poland retains those systems covertly?
Alors, first I'm going to speak about something else, and after that I'm going to answer to Effie. In France, during the Cold War, the car manufacturers were basically state company. And part of the deal was for this manufacturer to be able to switch very quickly to war production. Not for the larger tanks, but they could build very easily at a quick pace infantry fighting vehicle, basically a well vehicle that we see every day in Ukraine today. Some kind of BTA if you want. And it would be very easy to do that. But today's, basically since the 80s, it's no longer the case. The machine tool, the automatic system in the car factory in France, they are very dedicated for very specific task job. It is no longer possible to create basically armored vehicle with them. Forget this idea. You need to basically build a new factory. And about the FE report, what you could imagine if Trump really wants to basically remove NATO, it's that he's going to sign agreement individually with different countries. Basically linking his USA with specific country in Europe or anywhere else in the world, deal by deal, basically. That is possible. And it's a thing that he likes to do. Next one would be, I don't know.
You didn't answer the EFE question.
Yes, I think, for instance, Trump could make a specific deal with Poland and another specific deal with Romania. And the deal would be different. It's no longer going to be some kind of global alliance. If you want, it's just a negotiation between USA and Romania and USA in Poland. But different negotiation.
So that's what UK is doing, right? UK is trying to form his like little alliance, with Poland and the Baltic states. He's trying to like slowly bring back his British Empire.
In French, we say gré-à-gré agreement. I don't know if there is any equivalent word in English.
Gré-à-gré.
Gré-à-gré. You discute directly with the person.
Gay agreement. That makes sense. Gay.
Don't try it.
Piccolo,
I think.
You're
mute.
I would like to ask Wyatt something because he has experience with daily making maps. Russia has roughly 4 more times population than Ukraine. It should be able to mobilize proportionally a bigger number of people, concentrate them to make a breakthrough. They now reached the Velika Novosilka. I hope we all know where that is. They can strike it from the flank and go behind the back to complete Zaporizhia line and just slide it all the way to Dnieper behind the back. Once they reach the Dnieper, they can push north, bypass, leave alone whole Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, Pokrovsk, leave them there and just push north while Dnieper is holding your left flank and push north to the open fields and just make the whole eastern Ukraine is going to be threatened. Just push through the open fields and everything tend to collapse. I'm surprised that Russia didn't do it yet. Now is the time, like they should be able to concentrate more forces. It's risky, I know, because of HIMARS, cluster munition, precise weapons. NATO is watching every single second, but that's the way to do it from my perspective.
That's what I think as well, because I think that there's no reason to fight in Sloviansk or Kramatorsk. Like if you fight in the city, you destroy the city. So there's no reason to fight it. You just go and encircle it and just force them to retreat. Like if you look at like Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, they're hardly destroyed. They're mostly intact because of the encirclement that was coming from the along the Luhansk border. So I believe the Russians could have done the same thing to protect Slovians and Kramatorsk. The reason why they're not pushing very hard because Ukraine still have combat capability. The Ukrainians is a bit like computer game. It's like if you hold the line, they will just keep coming. So you build a kill box, they will just keep coming and fill back they go back to the trenches and just die there, and then you'll send new people to go there and die there. It's a very weird way of fighting. But it's like since they're going to come, why go to them? You just build a good defense line, prepare your fiery positions and just wait for them to come. So that's what the Russians are doing. It's just that now that the lines is so weak, they just started pushing. But even that, the Ukrainians still can fight. It's just that they don't have enough equipment. They still have men, there's rifle, there's mines. It's still dangerous. People still die. The Russian soldiers are still dying every single day. So
there's
it's not
background
like
noise.
It's Von.
Yep.
but so that's how I look at it. Von. Nicolo got pissed
Yeah, I
off.
was just gonna say. I mean, the other thing, the Russians are doing the whole attritional warfare thing. So, like Wyatt was saying, they have to really knock down the Ukrainians' combat power and wipe them out. And I mean, if you think about the way things are going, you want these big moves now, but over the winter and the spring and during the summer, as they completely attrit the Ukrainian forces, especially in the south, that's probably when you'll see the big moves, because there literally won't be any Ukrainians left to defend. And like Wyatt said, and other people have said, these big cities just go around the outside, like you said. You got these big fields, you can just lay siege to them and cut off the cities and cut roads and go out in these fields and move around and do what you want. But I don't think you're going to see that until the summer, because you still got a lot of killing to do. Not to be facetious about it, but there's still a lot of killing to do before they could probably move around as freely as you think they should. But I do agree, but I just think it'll be a little bit later. I don't know. Shadowy, sorry.
Probably this is the only large war when the bridges on Dnieper are still standing. I know dams are still standing. That's a potential issue about endangering civilian population. But the first thing Americans would do, they would cut the bridges, cut the supply, destroy strategic targets, and then choke you off to minimize their own casualties. There definitely would be carpet bombing, precise strikes, and everything. I know Russia weren't able to do any sort of bombing for almost 2 years because their aviation were limited. Ukraine had 250 operational SAMs at the start of the campaign, but now FAB bombs they can do damage from far bigger distance, and that started to make a change. Until FAB entered the war, basically Russia hardly made any move. They took Bakhmut, which Prigozhin said 20,000 dead soldiers. I mean, that's a huge price for Bakhmut, which doesn't exist anymore. I don't think it's worth. And second thing, the Russian Kharkov offensive, I know they had losses there in thousands. They achieved nothing. They moved a bit and got stuck there. The only lucky thing for them is
Ukraine. Think about the bridges.
Bridges are standing on Dnieper.
Well, the bridges on the Dnieper. Yeah, well, think about it this way: like it's those bridges allow the Ukrainians to send troops into the kill zone, basically. So they don't need to drop them yet.
Then what you're saying, that if HIMARS wasn't hitting the Kherson bridge, I'm pretty sure that Kherson will still be Russian. Americans made sure that the Kherson bridge cannot operate.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's the. Okay, there's different approaches, different.
Oh. Yeah, next is Shadow V actually.
Yes, about the bridge, the
Soviet bridge
are very hard to destroy. We already seen that in Kherson. So if you want to destroy them, you have to make a lot of strike and spend a lot of energy basically to destroy them. Maybe it's possible, maybe not, I don't know. And don't forget one thing. Some of these bridges are not bridges. They are dam. On dam, to destroy it, it's another story. So maybe it's a lot of bombs and a lot of missiles for basically a few results, I don't know. But I wanted to speak about something else. Basically, 18 months ago, Russians were only able to advance on one part of the front line per week, basically. 1 year ago, they could advance to a different part of the front line one day, every day, basically. So to advance small step by small step. Today, every day, they are able to advance in different parts of the front line. More the time advance, more they are able to advance in different locations. At a point, I think they are going to be able to advance on different front, basically like the Zaporizhia front. When they have stockpiled, maybe stockpiled, I don't know if it's a good word, but stockpiled enough artillery, enough anti-drone system, enough anti-air system, enough backline support, I would say. Maybe they're going to start advancing in the Zaporizhia line. I have the feeling that today the main effort of the Russian is not on the Zaporizhia line, is not in the Kharkiv front, it's in the Kursk area and the Donetsk front, basically, we're going to call it like that.
So I just
in
want to
3 or months, maybe 6 months, they are going to open the same effort in other part of the front. Maybe. So, sure, I think your turn.
Wait. Super chat. Which sane president will watch his own people die while sitting on weapons of mass destruction? Putin is just weak AF when it comes
exactly
to war.
the opposite opinion.
If this is a computer game, I agree. No, because I will have like unleashed all the nukes already. I just wipe out Ukraine. Like
I think you need a very strong president to not launch with nuclear weapon. I think to launch nuclear weapon is a very easy way.
Yeah,
like
too
Kennedy in the 60s. He was very strong against all the US general in the room with his brother to avoid the nuclear war. You need someone
Similarly for
very
Korean
strong
War,
to
right?
avoid the nuclear war.
Korean War is the same, right? No, the Douglas MacArthur wanted to flatten all of the major city in China. I was like, wow. No, so that is crazy as well.
Well, back then, I don't think China had nukes at that time.
Yeah, I don't have yet. So no, it's a mistake. They should have like. Then I would not exist.
When you read on Wikipedia about the strategic bomber in air command in North Korea war, it's horrible what they did. The USA basically are war criminal at the level that's incredible in this war.
So another super chat by Effie. I cannot use. Never mind, forget it. How does that relate to Russia? I believe part of what Putin is demanding in the fine print is for those systems to be removed. Sorry if your voice sounds so deep. No, that's a super chat voice.
It should be a lady's voice, not that deep voice.
How does that relate to Russia? Okay, so yeah.
So on the first, I'll answer the first question. About what the leader would allow their people to suffer while they can really destroy the enemy, right? Well, there's a good question, and there's a lot of discussion on a open mic lounge about it. When you look at a one-on-one war, that's pretty true. If you look at Russia against Ukraine solely, they can do that. If you look at the war like from perspective, it's United States against Russia. I also think, you could think that way and respond, have a escalation dominance, right? Always respond first. That's very true. But Russia is doing something else. It's not doing one-on-one war. Russia is trying to reform the BRICS community and get a different world order on more equal footing for every country. It doesn't matter the size of the country. That's what BRICS is, to be opposite of what United States did, which is to have one center of power and rule by force, by blackmail over others. Not at all equal footing. the empire just doesn't care about periphery. That's how United States worked. And Putin is trying to make something else, different world order with China, right? To have equality. Another communism, like world level communist thinking, right? Well, in order to do that, you have to extend the war and allow these new organizations to take place, and also wants to show uh, how damaging, destructive, self-destructive United States become, and destructive for other, endangering everyone in the world, right? It's taking more and more, getting more and more countries to its side. It's we can see that how much the geopolitical reality changed, how much geopolitically countries are now with China and Russia, comparing to the before the SMO, right? Which is weird. When you look at it, how is that? The Russia as a clear aggressor, right? Uh, is getting more and more friends, while the United States is losing. So basically, what Russia and China wants is to global south, small countries, for once to unite, get balls, in steel, make them from steel, and stand up in United Nations Security Council and say to United States, we don't wanna follow you. We want you to stop attempting to destroy the world. We want you to stop provoking Russia. We want you, if you don't do it, we'll stop trading with you. And the United States is completely dependent on importing stuff, even though it has all the resources, it has all capabilities to be a closed economy, to be self-sufficient, but it never attempts to keep that. They wanted to spread the hegemony, and this was the way, by importing, providing the financial accounting for other countries that couldn't employ their people, but they employed to serve Americans, to export to them, right? So uh, this is the what Russians want. So that's why extending the war, just trying to get a parity with Ukrainian capabilities. That's all it's trying to do. It's economy of force, as the Russians are saying. It's economy of force necessary to uh, keep the war going and be successful, right? I mean, mildly successful until the proper time when you can advance and go ahead into the new territories on large scale and take over easily without many casualties. That's getting closer and closer, where Ukrainian capabilities are weaker and weaker. And to say about Bakhmut, Bakhmut was not waste and destruction for no reason. It was very good reason. It was the initial force of Russians that started the SMO. It was almost halved with attrition, with contracts being expired, military contracts expired, uh, and people leaving, right? So it had relied mostly on the Donbas militias. So what was happening? It was really dangerous for Russia. It had very porous defensive lines at the time, while the Ukrainian mobilized 500,000 people basically pretty quickly and weaponized them. So it was very uneven, probably 3-1 relationship between Ukrainian against Russian, 3 Ukrainian towards 1. So they had to struggle that Ukrainian capability. So they got in Wagner into Bakhmut which was pretty important for Ukrainians, and baited Ukrainians not to have capacity to do another offensive, but to be tied into Bakhmut. So they were sending more and more, wasting their very capable brigades in the Bakhmut. Yes, there was a lot of casualties, pretty much, maybe 1 to 2 or 1 to 1.5 casualties in Bakhmut, but it was very strategic thinking by Russia to tie up offensive potential of Ukraine into one center, into one place, and to have it defensive, not offensive force. So this was very strategic, baiting of Ukrainians to be wasted. So by the time it gave Russia time to mobilize people and to create Surovikin line before they realized, before Ukrainians realized what was going on. So this was very strategic action, very successful by Russian. I see throughout SMO how Russia is easily manipulating and driving wherever they want them, the Ukrainians to do what they want. Okay, it's very, very strategic baiting and switch by Russians. Unbelievable. With such economy of force, it's 1-to-1 right now, except technology, right? But in personnel, it's 1-on-1 by Russia and Ukraine. That's how much. And now technology makes a difference. FABs and better improved ISR, still not up to par to Ukrainian, but pretty good. Communication still lacking within the Russian. They need to improve inter-unit communications, brigade communications, like inter-unit tactical and strategic communication. They're really lacking at it. That's the worst part of the Russian army. But planning and strategic thinking on highest level is just brilliant, totally brilliant. That's my opinion.
I would disagree that it's brilliant. My friend asked me 2 days before the war started, are they going to be an invasion? And I say, well, with 130,000 troops to go on almost 40 million country, they might go in, but it's not going to end up well. And I wouldn't call brilliant anything. They have Kharkov, how much, 30 kilometers from the border, mostly open fields around it. It was like a basic thing, just go around it and close the gap and force it, starve it to that. Especially in Kharkov, 91% for voting Yanukovych. Those are all ethnic Russians. Even maybe now, this generation, majority of them identify as Ukrainians, but they're all ethnic Russians. So that was one of the easiest things to do, just cut off the Kharkov and then force it to surrender. They didn't do it. And then after 2 years, they start frontal attack on Volchansk. Volchansk is completely destroyed, thousands of death on both sides. And they are like same distance from Kharkov as they were. From me, that's elementary logic was just encircle the city and force it to surrender. You would cut off major Ukrainian hub for everything in eastern Ukraine. Just the basic logic. I couldn't even believe when they were going with the tank columns into the Kiev. I have few friends who are leaving Kiev. They're actually half Russian, half Ukrainian. They now support Ukraine, but I know them before the war, they were always trying to put Russians and Ukrainians together. So they say they don't want to go to fight to the war. If Russia comes, they will accept Russia. They are really anti-war. They say what was happening in Kiev was almost unbelievable. Even Ukrainians were not prepared. The tank columns were going into the city, come to the ambush and slaughtered. Like that's not the way to do modern war. To go with the armor column in the urban city. That's just not the way to go. I couldn't believe what I was watching. And then, I mean, everybody saw these destroyed tanks when they were moving over the streets and the baked soldiers. Like the basic logic was just go around it, cut it off and then starve it. That's just I wouldn't call it the British. I just don't know what Russian commanders were thinking. We all saw what happened in Mariupol. That's the way to go. Go behind the back, cut them off, and then just sit and just watch them slowly starving to death and surrender. Or not surrender. You remember why they didn't surrender, they evacuate. How they say, they evacuate to Siberia.
Heroically getting captured.
Yeah. So
yes, about the beginning of the war, I think Russia had at this time two different plans. The plan A was the 3-day plan, basically to win the war in 3 days. It failed when the VDV unit were destroyed near Kiev when they tried to basically make a combat jump in the airport, and they were all killed basically. And the second plan, the plan B, was the 3 months war, and it failed during the peace treaty negotiation in Istanbul, when Boris Johnson decided to ask Zelensky to continue the war. And after that, they need a few months to create a plan C. Okay, what I'm going to call the long war, the war where we don't know the end. So we need to build a system who allow us / quote Russia to continue the war for we don't know how many years. And today, that's what they are doing. They are following the plan C because the plan A failed and the plan B failed. That's why, for me, you could explain what's happened at the beginning of the war. The column of troops who tried to enter Kharkiv, that was the plan A. Total failures. Okay? And then the very strong thing we see near Kiev, that was the plan B. And they have to switch gears to the plan C after that.
One more thing from a strategic perspective. When the Kharkov counteroffensive happened, front collapse, okay, they retreat behind Oskil River, then second river, Zherebets River, and then Putin comes taking a huge political risk, announcing a first mobilization. And then he comes out with 300,000 people. I mean, if you're taking the risk of mobilizing force, if you're going and say it on your state TV, well, do it. You could have say 1 million or 2 million. If I'm mobilizing, I'm mobilizing.
You need to be very careful about what you did at this level.
For the proportion, Israel, with population of 9 million people, mobilized 300,000 reservists.
Yes, but Israel's situation is way different than any other country in the world. Maybe
Russia,
not North Korea, but it's a different system.
For Russia, proportion to Israel would be 4.5 million people, just proportionally, nothing more, nothing less. Just do the math.
Yeah, but they're getting 35,000 volunteers a month. I mean, as far as I know, that hasn't changed.
Don't forget the political
not as high as it was. Huh?
Well, we actually no.
I mean, once Wagner, once Wagner kind of held the line and allowed them to mobilize and reorganize, I mean, they really haven't had a manpower problem, I would say, since then. Other than maybe they had manpower problems in the sense they didn't have guys where they wanted them at the right time to take advantage of something. But I mean, Wyatt's talked about there's probably 100,000 guys hanging around down around Zaporizhzhia, according to the rumors.
Yes,
that's what they got going on in the curse.
So what Iggy isn't though taking consideration is that Putin is trying his best to not make Russia appear like what the Europeans are trying to say Russia is, because the Europeans are saying that the Russians is going to invade all the way to the Western Europe, but no, Putin is trying his best not to appear like that. So in the beginning of the war, he don't even have a proper standing army. Those are all reservists on training, and so they are using those reservists to storm into Ukraine, achieve a Crimea victory. How they conquered Crimea.
Scenario.
Yeah, just go in and the Ukrainians just give up. They just don't fight. But what they didn't realize is that the Ukrainian military now is different. 2 years ago is different. The nationalists has infiltrated fully. They are ready to fight. So that is a bit different from 10 years ago, where Crimea, the Ukrainian military is like super weak. So I mean, Russia paid its price for waiting. So they let NATO go in and train and build up all these nationalist commands that's taking control. So that's the price. So and when so just go back into history a bit. When the Ukrainians launched their first counter-offensive in the Balaklia offensive, the one that broke through and then took back most of Kharkiv, at that moment there is no more Russian troops in Ukraine. Most of the Russian troops has withdrawn because their contract is up. Those defending the lines are all militias. They are all Donbas militias. It's from Kharkiv all the way to the Donbas, all the way to Kherson. They are all Donbas militias, except for the Wagner troops and some elements of Russian military. Most of the regular forces is already withdrawn, which is why the Ukrainians can break through so quickly, and there's hardly any fighting because there's no Russian troops in the rear position. They are only just one frontline militia troops that is defending. The same thing happened in Kherson as well when the Ukrainians launched that blitzkrieg using the Humvees and the quick vehicles. Those are the same thing. Only the Donbas militias was defending the line. So the initial line got defeated. Then by the time they reached to the next line, the VDV was there. The VDV was rushed in, and then the moment the VDV was there, the Ukrainian breakthrough totally failed. They just got ambushed all the way. They broke through and then they go into kill box and then got wiped out. Because the Donbas militias are nowhere close to the standard of fighters where the Russian military actually is. So the VDV held the line. That was when Surovikin came into command, and then he ordered the establishment of the defense line at Zaporizhia, and then he mentioned that he hinted that they're going to withdraw from the northern part of the Dnieper at Kherson, and then 1 month later they withdrew. So all the Ukrainian victories comes at a time or happens when there's actually hardly any defense line. Like even in the Kurs offensive, the defense line was actually not that strong. The Ukrainians just broke through. There's nothing behind. They just keep expanding. There's no Russian troops. Every single Ukrainian offensive success is a trap. It's a mirage. They didn't break the Russian military. They just simply gone through a very weak line, conquered a lot of grounds, and then they got into a kill box. So that's what happened. Which is why you also hear the news, all these rumors, during the partial mobilization. At the beginning, there was some Russian troops that said that they are not trained, immediately sent to the front line. Those were actually sent to along the Oskil River, where the Zerabets River was, along the Donetsk, Kharkiv region, where I always call it the Svatove front and the Crimea front. So those troops, the first group of mobilized troops, was sent immediately to the front line because the Ukrainians was breaking through. They were breaking through, and then it was the Bars 13, the volunteer forces, the Donbas militias and some other units that was holding the line. There is no Russian military at all. These are all volunteers, all militias that is holding the line, fighting at Liman, fighting at Oskil. They were the one that is defending the line. And then that's why Kupiansk also fell. Kupiansk is such a big city, but it fell because there's no Russian troops. So the first wave was immediately sent to the front to hold the line. And then they keep sending, which is why there's a lot of confusion. There's troops doing videos and say that they're being sent to the front and no information, and then they were left at the front line, all this news, because that was the chaos at the beginning of the partial mobilization. Then after that, when the line was stabilized, that's when these units was pulled back and went sent to train, and then you have the more trained troops come in. So it's a time where all these things was very confusing. I actually reported all of this. But I mean,
Donbas militia was fighting 8 years in trench warfare. So that's what they learn. It's really hard to get trench warfare trained troops for 8 years and then suddenly switch them to defend untrenched, unorganized defense positions, right? Or to go on attack. That's unrealistic to expect. But considering how the successful first months of the SMO, when you say driving the tank columns through the city and then being ambushed. That's what they did in Kherson, in Zaporizhia, in Mariupol area. That's what they did. That's why it was so successful. That's how it was successful. But the
Well,
north
in
was a
Kherson,
different
the
plan. No,
Ukrainians.
don't interrupt me. That's why it was so successful in the south, where the more and better prepared action was. In the north, it was the all American, all NATO officers being helping, coordinating Ukrainians. So it was also prepared quickly, organized, and communicated how to defend. But Gostomel, by VDV, Shadowy, you say they were all devastated, all massacred, all the VDV troops in it. There was videos 3 days later, on 26th. The VDVs leaving Hostomel airport when the main troops that were blocked by the dam destroying, they destroyed the dam on the lake over there north of the area where the choppers driving those VDV were actually entered from the lake, entered the land. That's where they blew up the dam and flooded the area. It blocked land troops from Chernobyl driving down south, blocked them, and it took them 3 days to arrive instead of first day. So when the Gostomel airborne happened, they blew up the dam to block the land troops. But my thinking is, why they did that? Why the Hostomel invasion happened? Is because there was a biolab there. Another place where the biolab was Kharkiv University. So what Russians intended to do is to get the proof of the war crime attempt by the United States or the total crime. They were suspecting of the COVID play in Ukrainian biolabs. Yeah, it's all iffy, but they are presenting some documents over time. They presenting some documents. It's very, very iffy, but that's my guess. They wanted to get documents and proof of Americans playing with a bioweapon to show genocidal activity. That's my view. Why they did that in Kharkiv and in yes, but also it was a better organization by Ukrainians, by American, by the NATO troops officers. I want to say because they were also expecting main hit after the invasion of Donbass happens, that Ukrainians were planning, that Russians will strike by Kharkov line. So that's where the major defenses were being prepared for the possible Russian attack before SMO. This was the original thinking. So that's my view of it.
Long.
Hey, Yura, I was going to ask.
Possibly.
I was just going to ask. No, I was going to ask Yura something. Also, it's not that it's connected, but when the airborne troops withdrew from Gossamel, isn't that about the same time that the Bucha thing supposedly happened? When they were withdrawn from that area, and then the Ukrainians moved in.
2
No,
months.
it's 2 weeks or 3 months later.
2 months.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Well, wasn't there Russian troops in the area though? And then they withdrew, and then the Ukrainians came in behind them.
They're claiming that massacre happened. Russian forces did it while they were there, and then Ukrainians discovered it when they took over the territory. So they say Russians did it during the first month of the invasion. Although I don't
objectively wrong. 100% is wrong.
I don't believe in Bucha massacre. I don't see any reason.
There is definitely indiscriminate killing. That's 100% true because it's captured. There is a very deep investigation by I forgot which news agency. So they confirmed there is indiscriminate killing by the VDV. That unit was there. Like they saw anything moving, they just shoot. So that happened. But to call it a massacre, not necessarily true, because Bucha and Irpin was the front line. So there's a lot of shelling by the Ukrainians as well. So people dying is a sensible thing. Russia might burying dead people, that people die. You can't just leave it there. So they buried. That makes sense as well. And then the people that they discovered when the Ukrainian forces moved in to Bucha, they saw all these people who died. They are still holding the Russian ration, the paper box. So
Good.
yeah. So it could be just most likely the Ukrainians, the first unit that went in, they just shoot everyone there with the white band. So but whatever it is, it's just good for PR, but it's totally pointless. More people died along the war anyway. Anyway, there's a super chat to Iggy. Karl von Clausewitz tactics is instructing Russia to kill the army, not focusing on territory, which is why they are making all devices to seize and kill as many Ukrainian soldiers as they can. Yeah, that's a super chat for you.
Well, yeah, I agree. If he thinks about Krinky, then that's perfectly. I agree with him, because sending people over Dnieper day after day after day after day,
yeah, this is what I mean by the Ukrainians operates like computer game. It's like, where the hell are you going to Krinky? Like of all places, they keep going to Krinky, and that's what I mean. The Russians don't need to do much; they just wait for them to come. Eventually they will run out of soldiers that can do the operation, the offensive operation. Is actually, you take a lot of effort to train a soldier that can do assault. Like I went to military for the first 3 months of basic military training. All we do is defensive. We don't learn how to attack, so we only learn how to defend and die. Vaughn, you're muted.
Hold on a second. That was call.
Okay, so Iggy?
Just because I was following from the beginning. In the beginning, Russian army approached Kharkov from two sides. Ukrainians didn't hold the border. Russian captured the Ruska Lozova and all the Stary Saltiv, all the villages around Kharkiv. They didn't quite manage to close the city, to encircle it fully, so it was never surrounded. Probably Russians didn't have enough forces to do it and to hold it. And then I know what happened later. Even before Kharkiv, big counteroffensive, even before that, Ukrainians managed to push them back. It just wasn't sufficient number of soldiers from Russian side in the beginning to attack Kiev, Kharkov, to attack Melitopol, take the bridge in Kherson, go over Dnieper, go toward Donetsk, encircle Mariupol, push all 10 different axes with only 130,000 combat troops or less. It was just a matter of time.
Because there's actually no one-to-one to the Ukrainians. If you look at 130, Ukrainians full military is 200,000, but 200,000 includes troops that they need to defend the border. They are in the western Ukraine. So in most cases, it's the most one-to-one. So Russia isn't really having not enough soldiers. But the problem is, the moment Ukraine start to do mobilization, that was when the Russians start to lose, like start to struggle. Like in the Kiev region where they were semi-encircling Kiev. As the Ukrainian forces start to build up more and more and more and more, that's when the Russians start to realize that okay, they cannot hold this position. They need to withdraw, because they like I said, they are all using contract troops. The reserve forces. They don't really have those standing army, those invasion army. They don't have it actually, so they have to withdraw.
And then Putin realizes I will have to mobilize. I don't have enough troops, and then he mobilizes only 300,000. Like,
no,
well,
exactly.
by now
there is
you
the
know,
Istanbul negotiation.
If I can finish, by now you know that Ukraine mobilized almost 500,000 men. You know that they have 37 million population, so you know their potential is at least a couple of million soldiers if everybody is willing to fight and they have enough equipment, which I know is not the case. But 300,000 is just not sufficient. Like if you're taking the risk of mobilizing people, then he could have took like 1 million million. Doesn't make much of a difference when you're announcing mobilization. 300,000, 1 million Russians sees chance to be mobilized 1 out of 5 or something, yeah? But it would make a huge difference now to have 700,000 troops more, even back then. That's from my perspective. If you're taking the risks, then we have a saying here in Ireland, go balls to the wall. Now, if you're taking the risks, then now do it properly. There is no halfway to. You are announcing mobilization, then do it. Yeah.
Russia don't have balls, so they cannot balls to the wall.
Oh gosh.
I mean, I don't know where you're getting that they're having a manpower problem. I mean, they're pretty much fighting the way they want. The point is to kill the Ukrainians, and
I'm pretty sure that wasn't the plan.
Well, I think Shadowy covered it pretty well. Plan A, B, and C. Now they're on C. They're playing attrition warfare. They have all the advantages. They're spending every single day grinding these guys down. And if you think about how the map looked in the beginning of the war, when the Russians were going down all these roads and everything, it was like spider webs everywhere. The way it's going now, maybe by next summer the Russians will be doing that again, except this time there won't be any Ukrainians to follow up and push them back out or chase them or cut them off. So you could literally see the Russians going everywhere again, except this time, 3 years later, there's no Ukrainians to fight, or very few. So, I mean, I really don't think the Russians have any issue with manpower at all. I mean, they're getting tens of thousands of volunteers a month. They have conscripts they can use inside of Russia. They have the North Koreans. They probably have tons of contract guys because the pay's so good and there's bonuses. I mean, I really don't think they have a manpower problem. I mean, talk to Dan. He says there's guys leaving there all the time, coming back and forth.
I would like to make a point. Well, it's like this is a story. This is a typical paradox of historians. When they see that from time long, they think, "Oh, this is all logical. We see things happening. Everything made sense." But if you lived at that moment, at that precise moment, of course you didn't know that what was going to happen. You couldn't be aware of all the situations, of all things that happen, and all armies they come into a situation. It's always about pretty much outsmarting the other. And that's also the Ukrainians and the Westerns actually did to Russians. I'll give you another example. So you gave all those, you were very preoccupied in certain misleading things, but not on the real effects, which is there were 200,000 troops Ukrainian troops concentrated on the Donbass. The fact that the Russians came through many different ports allowed actually that the militias, especially the Lugansk militias, were able to occupy the long part of the territory. Also, most of the southern part was actually occupied in a few days. It was very fast. And then you said something like, you were talking about Mariupol. I'm really sorry, but Mariupol is a disaster. There were thousands and thousands of people that were lost there from both sides. And especially the population as well, because that was not really the Russian army making it, but militias. So, my God, what was that? But nevertheless, you were talking about the first days of the invasion, how everything could have been better, not better. I give you an example. The Ukrainians were very smart. They have thought all of these in advance. And one of the things they thought about in advance was provoking an exodus of 5 million people, especially from the eastern Ukraine. And these left the Russians with enigma. What to do? You can't just, as probably Wade have said many times, it's obvious that the Russians are trying to spare civilians. So how could they close up Kharkiv when millions of people was fleeing the city? Actually, if you go through those days, you remember that one of the things is that we need to let the civilians leave. We need to let the civilians leave. And the Ukrainians actually have a very well thought counter operation inside of Kharkiv. And the Russians did go into side of the city, but they were attacked sometimes by people that look like civilians with Molotov things and so on. What can you do with this situation? Of course, then by international law, you can kill the civilians. But the Russians knew if they kill the civilians, they will have the worst press there is. The Russians are not Israelis. They can't just do this. We know that they aren't being protected by all these huge communication and media machine that the West has that can blank and clean the most horrible things out of nothing. To nothing. So that was my point. I think we should not try to be more papists than the Pope. We should also and this type of you see, the Russians are very intelligent people. Everybody's very intelligent people. And whenever we think that our enemy is stupid or made mistakes, we are being ourselves. We are discrediting ourselves. Actually,
two things. Just imagine Ukraine was warned for weeks or months that invasion is going to come. They supposed to defend 2 kilometers of the line on the Crimea. They weren't able to withhold Russian army there. Then, okay, Russians break throughout, and then they weren't able to destroy, back then, bridge on the Dnieper and to hold the city. The Russian captured the bridge intact, go across the Dnieper and take. And there's so many things which was unbelievable. And just the second thing.
What about Nikolaev? What about Nikolaev? What happened in Nikolaev?
Russians didn't have
no, it's not.
People.
They tried to keep. They even went almost. They even went to the north.
They were stretched. They went to Voznesensk. I know that's north from Nikolaev, but they were overstretched.
How did they get? It's very well known. It's very well known. How did they get Kupiansk, for instance? Sorry for interrupting, but do you know how did they get Kupiansk? Because that one was made public. They called the mayor. They called the mayor. Yes, and the mayor I said to the mayor, "You have to."
Only mayor who gave city to Russians. He's the only one.
But it's, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if Ukrainians managed to kill him because I saw in the news that they tried. Gennady, that's his name. Ukrainians.
Yeah, but that's the only one you know publicly. But there were more. Of course, there were more. This is not the only one. And the thing is that what did they do? The Russians understood that the population is being armed to attack the soldiers. And he called and said, well, you have two options. Either you convince the populations to let us get in, or we'll come at force and everything will be destroyed. And the man decided. And the same thing I should say also for Melitopol. There was almost no resistance. And the case of, for instance, Edrenogar or even Kherson. Edrenogar, they went 3, 4, 5 times. But they went. The population was, well, not the population, a huge amount of people was in the roads, and the Russians got back. And they tried again the next day. And the next day, on the 5th day, they got in without touching anybody. The same thing in Kherson. They tried, if I'm not mistaken, they tried 3 times. And the bridge was not destroyed by the Ukrainians. They went through the bridge 3 times, come back. The case of Melitopol, it's very well known. The Ukrainian general that was inside there, or captain that was inside that, organized a very well resistance using the population. The Russians tried to get inside of the city, tried to cover it around, and then they just, okay, you don't want us inside, we go along. And so there are different situations.
Yeah, but just imagine, you're expecting invasion, the enemy is coming from 50, 100 kilometers away, breaks through the short front line coming to your city, and you don't blow up the bridge. That's almost unbelievable. This reminds me on Market Garden and Nijmegen, what Germans back then had. And second thing, this will be interesting to you. We have Serbian volunteers who fight in Russian army, approximately 100 of them. They're fighting for some of them for years, some of them longer, some of them even from 2014. Out of 100 people, more than 90 of them are wounded. Majority of them seriously wounded. Just to tell you, there is a lack of personnel. Those are serious losses. People were wounded. They had body armor. They had helmets. They were wounded by artillery, by drones, mostly by drones. They say it's a living hell. This war is uncomparable. Some of them were fighting in previous wars. Is uncomparable with anything else. You're being watched and targeted precisely, and it's uncomparable to any other wars. That's what they're saying. Just.
Yeah. So to tell me, is there anybody in Europe capable or available to do that, to do what the Ukrainians and the Russians are doing to each other? Because you're saying it's a lack of personnel, but they keep having people. Actually, Vaughn said that very well. So you have 100 Serbs, amazing, which actually even are wounded after so many years, amazing, because that's unfortunate, that's a war. But we know this war is extremely intensive, and we haven't seen a war like this for many decades. People even say since the Second World War. We haven't seen such a war. It's not even because many people die, because there have been other wars where more people die, civilians. We haven't seen a war where so many soldiers die. Civilians isn't even a big number, unfortunately, for such a dimension of a war. Or perhaps the numbers are not being published because Zelensky would be afraid of the consequences in terms of visibility. But the thing is that it's a very hard war. Many people die. And you are saying, oh, okay. So who in Europe would ever be around, or even the Americans, would ever be around to do this? So it's just like, what do you want to say? It's amazing that they are doing it. It's horrible, but they are doing it.
Well, I'm not sure. I see that the Russians doesn't want to announce mobilization, and Zelensky is afraid to announce mobilization now for a full year or more than a year.
They are picking up people in the streets. What are you talking about?
They're catching people on the streets. There is hundreds of videos. I don't know how they think these people are going to fight when you literally abduct them on the streets. I wouldn't feel comfortable to put someone like this to unit near me and give him a weapon. Like, this person might be Russian for all I know, yeah. So that's. But I see that the Russian also they are not announcing mobilization, and they.
Why should they?
People.
I
just hope they manage to mobilize enough soldiers by giving huge money. I hope that what Peskov said is true. That's I don't have the data. Basically, we don't have the actual data about a current number of forces which are facing each other, and we don't have the exact data about the losses. No one actually knows that. Everybody is guessing and everybody is lying. We say, oh, we killed 100 an enemy, we had almost no losses. So we don't have the actual.
There are some studies which are quite very good, but it's just, of course, for Russia, for Ukraine, it would be forbidden, where they actually count the numbers of barriers and so on. So and the number is actually very small, and it's impressively small. But many people perhaps presume, and we also don't have demonstrations in Russia like in Ukraine, where they are asking for where are their loved ones? Where are they? They are not calling. They are not saying where they are. The bodies are disappeared. We also saw some exchange of bodies now, and that it was like. I don't remember the name, but it was like 37 for 150. 37.
No,
Russians.
it was like 36 for 569.
Oh, yeah, it's something impressive. Of course, Russia is winning, and they find more bodies on their side because it's not the other way around. But the number is scary. Go on, Vaughn. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as far as like in the West, in the United States military, the amount of like combat soldiers that would actually, you could probably drop into Ukraine that would perform decently and survive and maybe in some cases excel is probably less than 10%. You might have a few armored units, maybe some special forces type units and stuff like that. But the problem is even if it was a great tank unit, the Russians would have numbers and they could just overwhelm them with drones and everything else. But yeah, there's people that could fight, but that's not a large pool. And you got to figure a lot of the people have experience in the desert, which is against terrorist groups and low skill people. I mean, yeah, they had some stuff, but I mean, that pool of available soldiers you could put into Ukraine is probably pretty small. I mean, it's probably would mostly be from the United States. And I can't see it being all that much. You might maybe some Marine units, some armor units, maybe some of the artillery units. But with the cuts and then the DEI and all the other experiments in the military, you probably don't really have a big pool of people that you could drop into something like that could withstand the new way.
You guys should send the DEI division there, like full division DEI.
I have a question for Wyatt.
Yeah.
Most people forgot the Russian ship was sunk. Who sunk it? Ukrainians,
Moscow.
British, or Moscow. Who sunk it? Ukrainians, British, or Americans, or all of them combined? What do you think?
I think it should be the British, because that's the British missile. So, and I honestly,
they probably did the targeting, right?
I think it's everything. I think it's the British doing everything. Maybe the Ukrainian just press the button only.
Yeah.
Because you can't train a high tech system though within a few months, even a few weeks or even a few months. You take years of training, to operate something very high tech. Like even the Patriot missiles. Are you telling me that the people are training a few weeks and touching and controlling $100 million system? Come on, you don't even let your teenager kid to drive your freaking car that's cost not even like 100,000. It's like no, you're never gonna touch that car, unless go through the training for at least half a year, So yeah, Euro.
Yeah, the Moskva was destroyed by very organized attack. Multiple Bayraktar drones, missiles, and boats, unmanned boats. So it was like massive organizational skill, and those unmanned boats, in the beginning, they weren't showing them yet, but that's what they used to distract, to overwhelm the defenses of Moscow. That's what actually happened. And there was a rain too, the storm in the area. So altogether, it was British project, British NATO officers probably working there. It was all extremely well organized, which needs communications, command center, everything, which Ukrainians probably didn't have it there, but it was British organization. And what I wanted to say, why I'm saying all of this, what I base all of this, the first months of SMO, is that pretty soon, within the first month, Putin said, Western world order is over. How that can be? How can he claim that on the beginning of the war? So they planned long-term war that's going to be developed as it is. They planned that. That's why he was saying when the NATO and everything was at its peak in organization, in unity, in everything, he's saying the Western world order was over. That was first month after SMO. Where that came from? Where that came from? It's by purposefully extending this war in Ukraine and manipulating geopolitics to turn them over to their side. This is the long-term plan they probably were developing since 2014, when they saw that there is no change in U.S. policy of NATO expansion and continuous plans to destroy Russia. So I think they planned this for years, and they were getting ready to get Sarmat in order to really prevent quick end of the war or quick nuclear war, quick destruction of Russia. That's where I'm coming from based on that. So this was long-term planning, everything. 3-day war. I don't know where that came from, but this is not specifically not. Yet they expected a higher success because they were trying to bribe a lot of Ukrainian generals, which was successful in the south, in Zaporizhia, where only one unit escaped, one brigade escaped, didn't surrender like the rest of it, even though initially they placed the ambushes I saw many videos of ambushes in Kherson, in pretty close to Crimea. So they were ambushing, but it didn't last for long. But one brigade, air brigade, the I'll say, escaped Kherson and went to Nikolaev and set up a blockade. And one unit, one Russian BTG, went to the Nikolaev, couldn't pass through the bridge, the canal on the bridge right in front of Nikolaev, went around, drove over there. Then they were called up after 2-3 weeks. They were called up and went to Volnovakha. From Nikolaev, they went to Volnovakha. That's 600 kilometers, and they got award for it. I watched the award ceremony in their SMO route, how they did, how they drove to the almost to the Kryvyi Rog and then to Volnovakha. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. But it was one BTG unit that got like huge awards for it. And they were ambushed in Vuhledar. Actually, that was when they ended their trip. It's just unbelievable story of that unit. But that's one what I wanted to clarify this. So I based everything on that. Putin's the Western world order is over. It can be only by planning, by cooperating with BRICS, allowing the time for BRICS systems to develop, right? While the United States is busy with war instead of politically being active and successful. This is where I'm coming from. And this is how it turned out, how it's turning out. So it's way better and better. But I would like to talk about Oreshnik. What Putin also says in the recent speech, they say that ATACMS in Kursk targeted missile system on November 16. And then on 21, it was the Storm Shadow and Scalp, and he was saying a combination of those cruise missile. It was not a single one. It's not just Storm Shadow. He said British, French, and American missiles were used to attack the command center in Kursk, which was kind of semi-successful. They were hitting only the supportive buildings, not the main building where the command is. So there was that toll. But
could
most
they have been?
Is what is that?
Could they have been shooting at an Iskander?
It was a Kursk Army Command Center.
No, I mean the one you said that they launched the attack and stuff.
Oh, the missile system.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it was the SAM system or was it like an Iskander?
There was an arsenal, ammo, Soviet weapon ammo dump. But that could be actually where the AD was positioned around the ammo dump, while they actually were flying over that one and trying to target some maybe nuclear missile system. Very strategic, right? Strategic.
Is that where they said? Isn't that where they said one crashed? Is that where they claimed one crashed?
Yeah, it crashed on the area of the arsenal, and there was a fire and probably secondary detonation. But there was, as much as I could see on satellite pictures, there's like only 2 buildings destroyed, only 2 out of 70, 80 buildings in that arsenal. So that's how much I've figured out, how much I know. But what is that missile system? That's so important, right? Which is if the United States approved destruction of nuclear deterrence of Russia. That's very dangerous, right? That's why he said it took a global character. This targeting took the global character. What's the global character?
Would there
be nuclear deterrence missile.
Would there be any trace radiation though from that? Wouldn't there be some kind of radiation detected if they destroyed something like that?
Likely, yes. It will be, but this will be like deterrence, nuclear deterrence, defense, not attack. So it could be a radar and command center for the radar systems for the, that all goes with a missile system, because it's a missile system, not just missile, missiles. So system is all command, control the radars, calculation points, and then missiles too. So
could you argue that it's less provocative to blow up the missile's command post versus blowing up the missile?
It's important that it's targeted by Western forces. That's what's important. It's not that is what is destroyed, but that they attempt to destroy nuclear deterrence systems. Like when Ukrainians send those three drones that hit over the horizon radars. But those are very modular radars, not much destruction, and that's part of nuclear deterrence system. But because they're highly modular, it's easily replaced. Just things that were destroyed, so it's not a really major damage. Those radars could function even with that damage.
What's kind of messed up though? This is like if you think about that attack, that was a pretty steep escalation when they went after those over the horizon radars. And then you've got the ATACMS in the Storm Shadow authorization. And then like you're saying, they might not have targeted the actual system. They might targeted the command post or the radar, which is part of that strategic system. So it's like the West are the ones escalating in the more dangerous way. Like you said, going after strategic stuff instead of tactical stuff.
Well, it's obvious they will do this because they are on the brink of losing. So escalation now is the only thing they can have on their hands. Besides, politically, how can I explain this? I think I said that in the last open mic as well. It's a way of the United States trying to say they still matter, because that lame duck in the G20 was pretty much ignored by everybody. And he probably knew that it was going to be like that. And he wanted to say, no, I'm still the president in the seat, so I still can make these things. Well, the Russian answer was very strong, and it created immediately some brakes on further escalation. But some people in the European Union really thought this would be a new hype, and trying to save Ukraine at the last moment. Now it seems like it's not like that, because they all got very scared about the Hazel Strass. Let's see how it goes. But definitely it was to political measures, and the weapon there was also without the Ezel was also without a real military capacity. Or we still don't know. There are some photos now that appeared, and they don't show much of a destruction on site, so it's a bit strange. Did they do something in the underground? Because as a friend of mine was saying, these workshops have several grounds underneath, and on the other side, but its effect was so powerful that things are coming down now. But politically, it was pretty much just a political escalation. Go on, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, I was just fact checking because I was driving. So, hi guys. So I was reading Jur saying the story about the Moskva. So let's say the spare ship of the Kirov class, like I like to call that type of ship. I just want to refer that they never used sea drones at that era. It's 1 year later. The Moskva was sunk in April, and they first reported uses of sea drones in 2023 July, if I am correct. It was just these two missiles and stupid crew of the Moskva himself that was not activating the radar system. So they never saw it arriving. That's my theory. So what I'm reading about it. So I just want to clarify that sea drones came later. It never came at the beginning of the war. So the Moskva was sunk after, I think, 2 months, if I'm correct, 1 month or 2 months after beginning of the SMO. Actually, it was a big blow for Russia, but not such a big loss, I just want to clarify that one.
It was a big humiliation, though.
Yeah, it was humiliation.
I just want to.
So I don't give a fuck about
another thing after this Russian strike into that city, you had a lot of people, you could call them war hawks in the West, saying, "Oh, they should give Ukraine nukes and stuff like that." I don't know a whole lot about it, but we should clarify that for people that don't know. Ukraine never possessed nuclear weapons. There were Soviet-made nuclear weapons on Ukrainian territory. Those weapons were given back to Russia at some point when they made a deal with the West to join NATO or the EU or whatever the deal it was they got. That's what I know about it. So the idea that there's some nuclear weapons sitting around that the Ukrainians could be given is pretty ridiculous, because if the West had possessed them, they would have deactivated those weapons probably 30 years ago. And really, the only country that could take care of them would have been the Soviets, now the Russians, because they're the ones that built them, and they're the ones that had the scientists. So that's just a ridiculous, dangerous, psychotic wish to think that Ukraine should get nuclear weapons as some kind of deterrent against Russia. They would literally have to have hundreds of weapons to even have a chance to overcome Russia.
So I just want to show some super chats. War is math, but not math. 80% of the dead come from standoff weapons, who fired more by large margin, large multiples. And what are the
excellent point
price in Kiev? Yeah, I don't know.
Probably less than.
I'll ask my friend about
your
the
total donations
who
to the
dare to look
DPA.
for all this? It's going to be a trap.
That other super chat, the one about who fired
mobilizers inside.
That other super chat, who fired more? I mean, the Russians fired more, so obviously they're inflicting more casualties. So you answered your own question.
So I also want to highlight a bit of a comparison. Let's say, imagine the Houthis or the Hamas suddenly able to fire ICBM. Then it's like, then they fire Russian ICBMs at Israel, but then they say that no, it's fired by the Houthis and the Hamas. Russia is not involved. Nothing to do with the Russians. No, can anyone believe that? No, it's the same thing. The Ukrainians firing long range missiles and say that no, it's purely Ukraine. NATO is not involved. It's kind of like impossible situation.
What was hard for me to understand, the HIMARS is killing Russians en masse for years now. And the American aircraft carriers, which are so vulnerable there in the Red Sea, are floating as a nice juicy target. If you have hypersonics, if it's possible to be on launcher platform, bring it there. That's a juicy military target,
but why would you start a nuclear war by sinking a carrier?
Not nuclear. Who said nuclear?
Well, what do you think the United States is going to do if you sink one of their carriers?
I think United States killed 1,000 Russian soldiers so far. So
there's a lot of ways Russia can strike back at the United States and the West without going.
I'm just saying that's the
most extreme
target of the highest.
There's literally thousands of ways they can strike back without going directly.
They didn't find one. They didn't find one.
Way more important to destroy United States world order.
It's my turn now, if I can say.
Few thousand. No, it was mine. I don't know.
You were speaking for half an hour just before I was waiting. Sorry.
Did you have your finger up? If you had your finger up,
yeah, I was waiting.
Oh, like that?
No,
Okay,
Don't
that
just
wasn't
say
No,
it.
like this. Maybe
that
it's not
wasn't
on the
really
camera.
visible.
So
No,
Yeah.
he had his
but
finger. He
Okay.
had his finger.
just
Fight.
at this moment, because I got most of my data coming from the American sources, because I don't speak Russian. At this very moment, American head soldiers in Syria, they are stealing oil on daily basis for last 2 years. Americans have
years.
illegal base in my country, Serbia. It's called Bonstil, which is by United Nations law, it's still illegally there. So they are bombing all around the world, of course, because they are strongest. American administration do whatever they want. So someone needs to hit them as well. Just military to military. They killed a lot of military personnel of different countries. Russia, Syria, Libya, whatever. Syrian army is a legal army on their own territory. Americans have no right to be there legally by UN Charter. So if someone is killing Russian soldiers by the American weapons, someone needs to give them back. That's all what I'm saying, you know.
Yeah, but geopolitics don't work that way.
Yeah, and the second thing, what I wanted to ask Wyatt, I remember 2 years ago, some of his Singaporeans accused him that he is a traitor because he is a pro-Russian, and how he can. They told you that, and then you answer them, "I'm not pro-Russian. I'm neutral. I have unbiased approach." And then you said something about your political stance that you don't support Chinese Communist Party. If that's correct, you can tell me if it's true or not. But what I wanted to ask you, do you think that sooner or later China will go for Taiwan? And if that happens, they might go for Singapore as well? I was Googling, apparently 70% of Singaporeans are ethnic Chinese. So if you can answer that, please.
Okay, so I'm anti-CCP in the sense that I don't like their foreign policy. So that's the main thing. I don't care about what they do in China. Like it's not my problem. It's just like North Korea. I don't give a damn about what they do with the North Koreans. Like Kim Jong-un, he's cool. Because he's my age. He's able to control such a big country. So I think he's cool in that sense. But the North Koreans suffer. That's not my problem. It's like people in Afghanistan is also suffering. In Sudan also suffering. It's like I don't lose sleep over it. So it's the same thing. Ukrainians dying in Ukraine war. I sleep perfectly fine with it because it's like, no, I can't be. I'm not the Buddha. You see. So that's that. I'm not pro-Russia. There's no reason to be pro-Russian per se, generally speaking, because it's like they have very little in relationship to Singapore. Like Singapore feels so comfortable to the point that we sanction Russia, like because we are so distant, and I will never support Ukraine because I don't like the way how they play with information warfare. Like from the first week of war, I went from supporting Ukraine in the sense that I don't want Russia to have a quick victory to the point where I just hate them because they just can't stop saying lies, despite they are the victims. They're the victim of the war. Russia are the invaders. They are defending. But within the first week, they made so many lies. They talk about the Russians landing troops in Odessa. They talk about the people dying is the entire Snake Island got destroyed, and then it's like end up the people come back and then they have to give them medals. It's like I can't stand it. It's just too much. So that's my position on the Ukraine war. I don't support both sides, but but it's obvious. If United States go to war with Canada, I will also say United States will always win the war. If Russia invade Ukraine, no, Russia will always win the war. It's just a common sense thing. So then coming to China, I have nothing against their internal stuff. That's their problem. No, it's not my problem. It's not my country. And China will not invade Taiwan unless Taiwan declares independence as Republic of Taiwan. At this moment, Taiwan is still Republic of China. They are still China. There is actually two Chinas right now. It's just that this China is very, very tiny because they largely lost the Civil War. So technically, they are just like the two Koreas. They're still in the state of war. North Korea and South Korea is still in the state of war. The war have not over. They have never signed a peace treaty. China is the same thing. The two Chinas have never signed a peace treaty as well. They are still at war, which is why the relationship between the two Chinas and the two Koreas are super weird. So this is why for mainland China to invade Taiwan, I mean, they are still in the state of civil war. But the thing is, China now trades with the rest of the world. invading Taiwan will be super bad for international relationships. So no one would, everybody would just sanction and don't trade with China instantly.
I don't think everybody. I think we are over with the sanctions.
so no, the thing is, it's different. The entire of Southeast Asia and East Asia will all not trade with China, 100%.
Is it possible to invade your own country?
Including my country, including Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, everyone, because it's a threat. It's like Cold War, you know. It's like a Cold War thing, you know. You don't go to that. You don't go to war. That's everybody just wants status quo. You see, even in South China Sea, China becoming more assertive already forced the entire Southeast Asia to become pro-US. Everybody is becoming much closer to United States before the China becoming so assertive in South China Sea. It is a reaction. And that is just them becoming more assertive. We're not even talking about China going to war or attacking anyone yet. Everybody's starting to buy US weapons. You know, Indonesia is militarizing. They are buying exactly the same weapons as Singapore. Everybody's training with United States. So so yes, people are still joining BRICS, but the BRICS is the different thing. You know, BRICS is like, you know, people are still worried about US weaponizing their monetary system, financial system, and there's Russia inside. You know, that not necessarily means that it's because they are pro-China. So there's that. And if in a real World War situation, Singapore will be gone instantly. Because World War III will be a nuclear war, Singapore will be one of the first target, because Singapore is a massive problem. If militarily, Singapore is a big problem because we are so powerful militarily. So they will definitely drop a few nuclear bombs, wipe out Singapore, and make sure that Singapore is not a threat.
But that would just be in the case of if you take sides. If you don't take sides,
even if you don't take sides, there is the same.
With
because
China, just
Singapore
real
is
quick
always
with
seen as
China,
pro-West. Yeah.
Is there anything to make of the China Philippines stuff that happened in the last few weeks, or is that just status normal?
It is normal now. Like they have been harassing each other all the time. So the problem now with Philippines is that Philippines wanted to, they had enough. They had enough. So they wanted to escalate it against the Chinese, and they're using United States as the chip, as the pawn. It's not the United States using Philippines as the pawn to disturb China. It's the other way around. It's the Philippines that are trying to use United States as the backing to push back against the Chinese. But I don't think it will work, because the Chinese is going to stay their ground, because they view South China Sea as their own territory right now. So that is a big problem. So that's where the main trigger of war is. Taiwan will not, because Taiwan know their problem, their situation. They know, especially if they see what happened to Ukraine, they will not cause an issue that will cause them to go to war. It's the Chinese that is now trying to put Taiwan in their place. That's why they have all this military exercise going around Taiwan, But it will be still very difficult, because there is no guarantee of victory for China when they try to attack Taiwan. And geopolitically, it will just destroy China's diplomacy. Nobody will trust China. They already have very low trust among all the countries right now. So, if they go to war with Taiwan, it will just destroy their credibility. And don't trust that Russia will always be on China's side in that kind of situation. Yeah, because Russia have their own strategic, objectives.
Hey, one more thing real quick with China. If like you said, if there was a war and all the Asian countries turned against China, would that be enough to hurt their economy, or would it be just a small percentage?
It's
because the China's trade all come through the sea. If they make an enemy out of Southeast Asia, then you don't even have to have a proper military. Just by simply having like pirates type, those small little boats with torpedoes or some kind of missiles, destroying hitting all those cargo ships, just like what the Houthis done. Chinese trade will be all gone. The Chinese boats will not get out of the South China Sea, will not get out into the Pacific, because you have Taiwan, you have Japan, you have South Korea, and then the other side you have the whole of Southeast Asia. There's no ships is going to get out of China.
I wonder
that's why
how
China
feasible...
is changing the long-term plan to become more self-sufficient, right? not to, I mean, self-sufficient to sell to their own people, not to export. Because of that, also they are very aware of the traps of having the
selling to your own people
international trade.
is a normal thing. Every country will do that. The thing is that you don't gain wealth by selling to your own people. If not, then Russia will be super rich. India will be even richer. You can't grow your country by selling to yourself. So the it's still ultimately still global trade. The thing is that that's why they have the Silk Road. They're trying to build all the railway lines and all these things. The problem is China knows that geopolitically they are very weak. All the countries in the north and to the west is Russian influence. Everything in the south is American influence. So China don't actually have much of a proper influence in the region. Like the most is Cambodia, North Korea, and even North Korea is now switched to the Russian side. Then Mongolia is also Russian side. The Vietnam is not on their side either. There's maybe Laos. There's not much. Everybody else they are all leaning other superpowers, all the other major powers. They are trying to get inroads into Afghanistan. So I think Afghanistan will be a bit more pro-China than pro-Russia. Then otherwise, the Central Asia countries, they are now in the middle now. They are now thinking whether to take the side of China or take the side of Russia. They are now thinking because they are afraid of Russia as well. Everyone next to a big country is scared of the big country.
I think we kind of we see that there is a conflict coming in Southeast Asia. We see that, or we feel that it's like it's touchable. But I think we place this conflict, this future conflict in Taiwan is a mistake, because if you look at Taiwan really like it is, we see that the Taiwanese are just pro-Americans because they know the moment they are not, they will be sanctioned, and they won't have any way of to react to those sanctions. Actually, the Taiwan is completely dependent.
For the finger? Can we get a respect for the finger? Maybe.
Oh fuck!
So just as you said about China,
he just spoke. He had the finger on.
It will still
why just speak different point of view.
It will still attack Taiwan and lose all this influence, right? They're so determined about Taiwan, and as you said, they will attack only if provoked by Taiwan claiming independence, right? So that's the only reason for China to attack Singapore is if Singapore blocks Malacca Strait for the Chinese ship, right? That will be provocation enough to do it, right? Isn't it that?
But Singapore would never do that.
It should be. Of course, that is
against Singapore's prime.
So there will be never China's invading Singapore, right? That's no.
You don't to block the Chinese ship. You don't need Singapore. You just need to give weapons to secret forces hiding along the Malacca Strait. It can be in Sumatra, it can be in Malaysia. You'll be like operating like pirates and Houthis. You don't need Singapore to stand up front, even though maybe the weapons can come from Singapore. But the thing is, that is against Singapore policy because we are a trading country. Any attacks around our region is a problem. Yeah, I'm talking about war situation.
Would not agree that
if a war with Taiwan, there will not be a blockade. The blockade will not come from Singapore. It will come from the United States. The United States will be doing the blockade. It will not be Singapore.
On the Taiwan matters is in a neutral ground. These purely internal matters between China and the Republic of China and the PRC and ROC. ASEAN will get involved on it. Only Philippines will do so because Marcos Jr. has his ball being grabbed by the United States. All his assets being frozen in the United States if he dare to defy what US told them to do.
If you, Toby, if you allow me, I know you have been having your finger for a longer time on, but just to finish the thought that was blocked by the other guy. The thing is that if we analyze the commercial trade in Taiwan and China, if we analyze the ethnic structure inside of Taiwan as well, which is very complicated, we see actually that the tendencies for an independence declaration would have to come from outside, not from the inside dynamics of Taiwan. as well for by itself. And I find it very difficult to happen because the Taiwanese would do a historical failure, or at least it would be a historical failure from the structure, ethnic structure they have. But most and foremost because they depend economically from China a lot. So Taiwan is nothing without China by itself. And this is important to know. So the conflict will have to come from it's coming from another place. And so I would go to North Korea, but Toby has been having the thing, and I will give him the voice. Sorry, Toby.
Basically, Taiwan.
No, Toby. You're not Toby. Average. Sorry.
Go ahead, Toby.
You're muted somehow, Toby.
Your mic selection might be wrong.
I think finally.
Fix your mic, you fucking bastard.
Finally, stop buying AliExpress. I already said that a million times. Toby.
Oh. You can buy good things in AliExpress. You just have to pay more for them. Don't buy the cheapest.
Did somebody sanction your microphone?
I think while Toby's sort out his mic problems, Average, go on.
I would like to bring behind.
Hey, you're not
Toby
Average. Come on, Average, go on.
Before Toby brings up his mic back, I would just like to finish something interesting about this partnership deal between China and North Korea, which is the North Koreans wrote down in their constitution that they are not going to claim the South, the control of the South. And this makes also, it's quite a very interesting development that nobody paid attention to it, which is also trying to diminish any possible conflict.
All because of Young Se-ul's provoke North Korea do so, because Young Se-ul is pretty much on what narrative from the United States. And it's not unlike the previous president, is Moon Jae-in. Moon is pro-unification, have a more diplomatic ties with North Korea. Well, Young Se-ul is pretty much like hawkish president. And to maintain his public opinion, he has to do something to provoke North Korea to boost his support. But he got backfired. Lots of South Koreans very dislike his sentiments over there. You escalate the tensions then. That's what I see over there.
Toby, are you there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, go on.
It's working. It's apparently good qualities too.
Yeah, no, I still need a new mic lead. But anyway, listen, it's heartening listening to you all talk about nation states and geopolitics as though the motivations are ideological and to do with the welfare of the state. I'm not entirely sure that's true. I kind of, you guys know I see war as an enterprise. People make astounding amounts of money from war. In fact, there's nothing that compares to it. And when I look at Ukraine this week and the escalations that are going on there, I was thinking about this. I was thinking, ever since Trump looked like he was going to win the presidency, and then when he won the presidency, the things that are coming out of Ukraine are almost the opposite of what you might expect. We saw the Kursk adventure, and actually, attacking, invading into Russia. Now we're seeing Biden authorizing long-range strikes the same time as Keir Starmer and the French are trying to ratchet things up. And I was thinking to myself, they're doing things that make the survival of the Ukrainian state as a state, right? I'm talking about the state, not the people, not the region, but the state structure. And some people might get confused by that, so I can go into it. But they're making the survival of the Ukrainian state impossible. They're doing things that are going to make any peace deal impossible. Basically, what they're doing is they're encouraging Russia to do a full-scale conquest, right, and remove the Ukrainian state. Because the thing is, they're doing these provocations, but they're not sending troops. They're doing these provocations, but they're not sending them enough weapons, right? So you've got to ask yourself, what on earth is going on? And I think the answer is money. You see,
Trump has won. Trump wants to do a deal. So when Trump gets into power, both he and Putin are going to be looking for the Ukrainians to make peace, right? And neither he or Putin care what the eventual situation looks like. And you know what I mean? Like they just don't care. So they just want the peace. The Ukrainians are going to have to live with Trump and Putin. They don't have to live with Biden and the NATO guys anymore. They are going to try and build trust with Trump and Putin. And the first thing they're going to do is they're going to give a big gift to Trump and Putin, right? To curry trust and to build favor. That gift is going to be all of the details of the criminal money laundering that has gone on inside Ukraine, right? By the opposition parties, by the Russian opposition who are allied with the West and have been involved in money laundering in Ukraine, but most of all, the Biden's group, the Democrats, and all of the corrupt NATO people who have been basically instigating and prosecuting this war in Ukraine for money. Because if you think that the literally hundreds of billions of dollars, if you think that all of that got to Ukraine in the form of weapons and food, right, and well-intentioned people, then I have some news for you, right? Not even a small fraction of the money that has been raised for Ukraine ever got to Ukraine. If you go and listen to the Ukrainian soldiers, they'll tell you, where are these weapons? Where is the ammunition? Where's the night vision? Listen, if you really wanted to equip the Ukrainian military, they'd all be fitted out like, Marine Special Forces. They'd all have night vision. They'd all have thermal cameras on their weapons. They'd all have new weapons. They'd certainly have enough artillery ammunition. We've been watching a bit of theater here. The West talks a lot. Well, certain Western politicians and business people talk a lot in the media about the grand ideological need to preserve the sovereignty of states. I mean, this is at the same time as Turkey is currently in Syria. But forgetting all the ridiculous hypocrisy of it, the money that has been flowing from the hands of Western taxpayers into the hands of war profiteers is absolutely astonishing. It's not unprecedented because this is what war is. But in Ukraine particularly, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. And all of the people who received it, right, they're everywhere. Like we're talking Biden, we're talking Kamala Harris's people, we're talking Obama's people, we're talking about King Charles, we're talking about Macron's people, we're talking about Stoltenberg's people, all of the European NATOs who are on the liberal left, right? You got to believe they have been getting not just millions, but billions, right? And the thing is, I know exactly how this works, right? Ukraine is a legal black hole. As soon as the money crosses the border, it's gone. There is no mechanism to trace that, right? It is the perfect place to send money if you want to steal that money. All you need is someone in Ukraine who's willing to split it with you, right? And that is what has been going on. And it's been going on a colossal scale. Trump knows and Putin knows. That's why Trump says he can bring peace, right? Because all he's got to do to bring peace is cut off the money. Because this isn't about Ukraine. It's not about sovereignty. It's not about the people. It's not even about weakening Russia. It's not about the sanctions working. The people who said sanctions were going to work, they didn't care. They maybe hoped it would, but this was all just window dressing on a massive heist. Ukraine was a heist from the very beginning. It was a way of stealing hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars by Westerners from their own people through the mechanism of war. Now, it's a particularly brutal heist. It's like you rob a bank and you kill 1,000 people outside to make a diversion, right? Because the loss of life is hidden. So we're talking about probably the worst crime that we could imagine. And curiously, we all know that nobody in the West will ever get prosecuted because we're the free West, right? This crime came about, I believe, from Iraq. Because if you want to have a look at what happens when a state ends, right? Look at Iraq. Saddam Hussein's state ended, right? It wasn't conquered. The state was destroyed, rather. Yeah, Iraq was conquered. There was no more state. There was no one being paid to keep records. There was no transition, right? Which created a big problem. The transition from the end of Iraq to a new state was marked by, some people say, millions of deaths. I don't know, maybe hundreds of thousands, right? It was messy, and no records survive. And what happened in Iraq? Iraq got looted, right? Anyone can go look this up. Iraq was absolutely looted for gold, for treasure, for everything. Everything in Iraq was looted, including all the state assets were then broken up and distributed to Western companies. But the amount of cash and just raw assets that were looted from Iraq is absolutely astonishing. And my point is this: everyone in the senior NATO command who is alive today and who put this Ukraine thing in motion, they all saw that, right? They all had front row seats as junior officers to that, right? So they saw how much money, right, a hardworking soldier and a hardworking politician can get from a failed state, a collapsed state. They saw the way that the American, the neocons just funneled trillions of dollars through Iraq and became multi-billionaires, right? And nothing happened. It was all legal because there was no law. This is the money of war. And this is what Ukraine is all about. Biden and the NATO guys, right, they need Russia to destroy Ukraine as a state. They need Russia to go in there and destroy it as a state so that all the evidence for the money laundering is done. If Ukraine negotiate with Trump and Putin, they will give Trump and Putin the information about the money laundering because that builds trust, right? And it gives Putin and Trump political capital to use against their enemies. The Ukrainians are absolutely going to do that, right? And so that's why Ukraine has to end as a state. And that's why everything Ukraine does, right, is trying to get itself ended as a state. They're just trying to cover up the heist. That's what all this is about. It's got nothing to do with geopolitics. It's possibly the most cynical thing I've ever seen in terms of the study of war. There are so few people in the world who actually care about Ukrainian sovereignty, right? Now, that's not to say that people care about Russia either. There's not many of them. But there's like maybe two guys, and they're mentally ill, who actually care about Ukrainian sovereignty. This whole war is about the money. And there's never been anything like it in terms of just open, breathtaking looting of the people on all sides. Because I've got to tell you, I've been looted. My Australian politicians are in on it. 100% they're corrupt and that they're getting kickbacks. Or they're just doing it for the British lords who are getting kickbacks so that they get a pat on the head from them. It's one of those two things. But we've all been looted by this war. Our politicians, our representatives have looted us. They have taken our tax revenue and they've put it in their own pockets via the system of Ukraine. And I think that the desperation to cover up those crimes and to cover up these money crimes, I think that could very well lead to a nuclear strike, right? Because unlike most people, I don't think a limited nuclear exchange in Europe is the end of the world. I just think there's one more nuke going off. Tens of thousands of nukes have gone off on the face of the earth since they were invented. Who cares? A nuke could go off in Ukraine and nothing would happen, right? Except that it would precipitate Russia going in force and the end of the Ukrainian state. Now, would Biden and his people give Ukraine a nuke, get Ukraine to say they developed it themselves, and destroy the Ukrainian state that way to cover up their crimes? Sure. Sure, those people would do that. Absolutely, they'd nuke a city to cover up their crimes, right? They're criminals. Anyway, that's my point on the Ukrainian conflict. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think the desperation, you look at people like Lindsey Graham, Nancy Pelosi, Mitt Romney, all those people had ties to Burisma or NGOs that were tied to Ukraine. Look at how Lindsey Graham's to the last Ukrainian. He's the one that's worried about the $15 trillion in gas and minerals and who's going to be in charge of it. And I think that's where the desperation comes, because who knows what promises these guys made based on this promised future. Well, maybe a bunch of these people counted their eggs before their chickens before they hatched, and now they're scrambling to try and save something or change the tide, and it's just not going to work, and it's just dangerous. I mean, I think we all agree that one side is pretty unstable versus the other side, and now that we're getting in towards the end game, people that had a lot of money on the line are kind of, what do they call that? When you invest long and shorts, It looks like a lot of people might be losing their ass, and they're not taking it too well. I don't know who's next.
So can we welcome the
new
third
guy,
Gabriel, I
Leo?
guess.
Can
New
we
guy
let the new
intro.
guy introduce himself first? Hi, Leo. Can you
Yeah,
hear
I'm
us?
sure. I can hold the thought. Go ahead, Leo.
Yes,
Good
yes.
for you to come up.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Leo. I'm from Sweden. First things first, I've been watching your channel now for quite a long time, so it's magic, and I have to say, Wyatt, that I liked your American accent better. Remember you asked in one of the episodes if you should go on with American accent or not? I did like your
Okay, I
American
think I
accent
did
better.
have to go on. Okay, forget it, Leo. Bye bye.
Now, when it comes to the point of North Korea and South Korea, I just would want to say that if person is in the position of a Korean leader, why do anything if you can just wait and South Koreans will die out by themselves? Their birth ratio is 0.7. In next generation, there will be 3 times less South Koreans. For 100 South Koreans, there will be 33. You wait another generation, there will be 11 of them. You don't need to do anything at all. They will just die out by themselves. That's the first point. And then the second one, I do support strongly part of what that guy who was before said about making money of the war, and it never stops. Like, for example, right now, this instant, there is Russian gas flowing to Europe. Right now, through the Black Sea, there is Ukrainian grain and Ukrainian metal that is flowing from the ports of Odessa to other countries. Rich people are continuing to make billions of dollars. And if we would say, for 1 second, imagine that, let's say, Stalin would be shipping while there is, let's say, Kursk battle, and that Stalin is shipping the supplies to the other guy. Can you imagine that for 1 second? Of course not.
Yep.
So I think this is unbelievable. And you can turn it both ways. You could say that right now, Mr. Vladimir Putin is supplying Kiev with money, and that money goes to the Nazi battalion of Azov. The opposite suggestion could be also made, because when Zelensky is allowing to Russia to make the gas money, he is providing money for Russia to make bombs and bullets out of it to shoot Ukrainian soldiers and civilians, for that matter, who happen to be there. So it goes both ways, and it's all about making money. That's it.
So just super chat. Ask Gabriel to clean your camera. But he also call your name.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, he's gone. I'm going to intervene in that. But actually, I was happy to have Gabriel, and I was just hoping he also had a duvel, because a funny story why I'm.
I think he
drinking the
accidentally
duvel.
pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, I'm drinking actually at 5:23 a.m. another beer. Why not?
It's your breakfast beer.
No, it's my before going to sleepy. No, the funny part was 2 days ago on the voice chat and the open and the DPA launch on Telegram. I pop up and I actually served in front of everybody my very first duvel myself, because actually that glass I have just a 5-minute culinary DPA moment. At that glass, you can see like a round thing, and you can see like an angle of 45 degrees, because the rule is of a duvel, if you serve it in the correct glass, like I have, you need to angle it in 45 degrees. Then you need to drop the beer. And then if it comes to the letter D, you need to re-angle your glass, and then you have the perfect, I made the perfect one, a glass of beer. And the funny part was Gabriel said to me before, like, yeah, in Chile, we also have delirium and duvels, and I'm like, no fucking way. And the dude, after I was busy drinking my beer, he suddenly pop up also his camera on the voice chat, and he shows you his fucking bottle of Belgium Duvel beer on the voice chat. I was amazed.
On the other side of the world.
Yeah,
we have that in
yeah.
Singapore as well.
And I knew from
I see
today,
people.
from the friends of the bar where I went to Antwerp today, actually 80% of Duvel beers is exported. So we actually in Belgium only drink 20% of what we produce. Was a nice number to say. But guys, Duvel, that's actually the lighter version. That's actually the 666. So Duvel actually means duivel and Flemish. And if you put the E away, you end it with Duvel, but meaning devil. Because the normal Duvel is 8.5% of. Yeah, here he has a bottle. So the fucking proof. I was so happy with that. So his bottle is 8.5%, and I'm like the brave one with 6.66%. It's still a strong beer, but the real Duvel like Gabriel has is the one that you don't need to mess with because it's going to kick in very fast. And it's one of my favorite Belgian beers ever. It's amazing, good blonde, fruity beer.
Yeah, so if there's any Duvel CEO watching this program, we can accept sponsorship.
Yes,
we're open to sponsorship from.
But I was amazed, dude. And you also have Delirium. Delirium is another brand in Belgium, and the guy can buy it.
Let me talk about the super chat first. No, this super chat was very late. I'm like almost half an hour late. He said that he is Polish. In America, his wife is Chinese, and they both wanted a mostly white America, which makes
well, that's very well known.
It is to me, it's a sensible thing. It's like I don't go to China, and then I don't want to see like the majority African China. It don't make sense to me. My brain will break. Or if I go to Europe, there is a majority Middle Eastern country. I was like, what? So or I go to Africa, then everyone is Chinese. That makes zero sense to me as well. And also,
but
I mean, it's a natural thing, I would say.
The Latinos Latinos also voted in mass for Trump. They want the working America, the America that work, that produce things, that is handy. They don't want the America of the big corporations and the funny schemes. But I wanted to answer to Leo. He talks about money, and I think we misunderstand what is Putin wanting with this war. And I think someone today said he wants to change the configuration of power struggle, power politics in the world. And in doing this, he has to empower, because Russia is not the Soviet Union, he has to empower Asia. And empowering Asia, empowering the global south, means that commerce, shipping lanes and so on need to keep working. And it is true that it is a bit of a paradox that they sell gas that actually is hitting Ukrainian power plants, that he's selling oil that will be refined and sold to the Ukraine, back to the Ukrainians, and so on and so on. Yes, it is true. But on the other way, if everything stopped, also Russia products would stop more or less, and the whole world would get into a huge crisis. And the whole point of this is to bring the West to the ground, especially Europe, is to make a big economical recession into Europe. In doing that, he allows Asia to come up stronger, but also other parts of the world to come up stronger. And I think this is the big problem. And then perhaps we Europeans will wake up, understand that we need a more strategic autonomy, that we were led into this stupid dream of power over the world for too long, and that we need to find our position into the world, one where we accept that our values are good for us, but the other ones should have and live according to whatever needs they have, which is not ours. So we in Europe, I even say Europe, but I think in Europe we have many Europes, and people in different parts of Europe have different needs and different understandings of what is a society, how is to live well in society, and what democracy means. Actually, we have many different types of democracy in Europe, actually. and they are not all compatible with each other. But the point is that we in Europe, after this nightmare, we need to wake up and find what is the strategic existence of Europe into this new world configuration. And there is a place for us, unless we are stupid enough, like certain countries, especially Sweden, Norway, the Baltics, Poland, and Denmark. They need to understand they are not the rulers of the world, and that if they keep doing this, they keep thinking they have been selected by God to rule the rest of the world, they will be put out of business in a miserable way.
Super chat. Gabriel, can you transition the beer to wine?
I hope so, because Argentina has wonderful wine.
Yeah, but now I drink beer. So in another
he
time.
had a good taste. He's drinking beer. He's the good one. He's the good Jesus. He's the Jesus you need to believe into. The one that's drinking beer, that can transform water to beer. That's Gabriel. The modern Jesus.
That's a Flemish Jesus.
Yeah, but we are believing in our beer, so it's perfectly. So you're going to church, drink a little sip of wine, and then after that, you go to the bar just next to the church to be drunk early on Sunday.
I think next is Leo. Leo.
Brata Dopovo. I'm not sure how familiar you are with this subject, how, for example, much you have read about Mr. Putin, but I can take you all the way back to the 90s. Mr. Putin has worked directly with the people who destroyed the Soviet Union. He worked directly with people like Chubais, for example. They were the people, so-called young, they were parachuted from US, and they were the people who were responsible for dismantling the Soviet Union and its economy.
Yeah, but you're talking about Putin was actually a spy in Germany until the fall of the Soviet Union.
One moment.
He was not within the powers of within the power of the Soviet Union. You're talking about after the fall of the Soviet Union, which is something different. Putin was just a spy,
one moment.
A normal translator in Dresden.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
So he worked with, I said he worked with the people who dismantled the Soviet Union. The dismantling of Soviet Union's, for example, aviation industry and military aviation industry, such as strategic bombers, that was done by people with whom Putin worked. He worked with extreme liberal. He was working directly with a person who was head of St. Petersburg. And after that, he went on to work with the person called Chubais. At first, he was a little bit lower than him in level, and then he was at the same level, and then he was on the level above him. But he kept protecting him for decades. Chubais has disappeared from Russia only now in the 20s, but over 20 years later. So Mr. Putin has a lot more sides to him that we know of. So first of all, yes, he did work with people who destroyed Soviet Union, and he covered for them for decades. Now they're wanted for embezzlement, but all of this embezzlement was happening under the watch of Mr. Putin. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Putin was very hard trying to put Russia into NATO. He has spoken about it himself. One more point. He has put bases of NATO inside of Russia from where they were operating into Afghanistan. So Mr. Putin have done quite a lot of things.
There was no basis of NATO in Afghanistan. There were bases of NATO in Central Asia.
There was Russian base.
I don't even think you could call them. From.
There was a base.
Yeah, but I think it was more like a lease or a temporary thing. It wasn't like that. It was a NATO base.
Lease, but there was a Russian base that was given to NATO to operate from which they operated further into Afghanistan. So there were American boots on the ground in Russia. Just so you know that.
Yeah, but they had Russian permission.
The boots of Americans were on the ground of Russia with permission of Putin.
Yeah,
Now
but
they're in there again.
what does that mean?
Prior to 2022.
Now they're in there again. Only this time around, it's without permission of Mr. Putin, but it's all happening under his reign. I would like you all to remember the Kosovo. Do you guys remember Kosovo? There is such thing called precedent. Now, the foreign invaders came into Russia, and clearly, there is not much he can do. Months after months after months, parts of Russia have been occupied, and he is not doing anything to get them out. They've been in there. They're children who have been going in there, living in there for months after months, and he is not doing anything. So it will be clear for all foreign invaders that yes, you can occupy world's biggest nuclear power, and the administration of that country is not doing anything serious. Done.
Well, if I may answer very short, I will try to be short because this was too long.
I don't believe you.
People wanted to talk.
The thing is that I think you misunderstood the first things I said, which is if we take into account the what really matters, which is the change in the world politics has been so big in these last months that Putin is actually a genius to what he achieved. So I think it was made on purpose that Xi Jinping was listened to saying to Putin that changes are happening more faster than in 100 years. Things are changing and the West is losing. And we saw, for instance, a complete disrespect for Biden in the G20. They didn't wait for him. Well, he came late, but they didn't wait for him to take the picture. And when he came to the grounds, they were all leaving. They didn't care. He didn't show up. He didn't show up. And this is a big picture that tells us, whatever you are telling me, is that Russia tried to survive in the situation after the fall of the Soviet Union. And it didn't go well. And Putin then afterwards tried to bring Russia back, and he did. It was not the old thing. It was not the ultra-liberals, well, economical liberals that were able to bring Russia, to stabilize Russia from the 90s and bring the country up. It was Putin, who works with everybody, but has a goal, and he always has a goal. And he never answers like instantly, like many people want. He takes decisions very plausibly. And we today even talk that there are too many signs that tell us that this war was even planned for a long time. Well, probably not the war, how it happened, but the idea that the war needs to happen in order to really change things once and for all. And the thing is that, like I was saying before, these Europeans and still think they can decide for the whole world in the few institutions like the World Bank, the International Fund, and the BIS and so on, and all these big institutions that rule the world, they are wrong. And if they don't wake up, they will be put out of business in a miserable situation. So I hope Europeans understand we need to wake up, we need to find our strategic independence and find a way in this new world where we'll be respected at least. Go on.
Super chat. Hey, Mr. Fallon,
I think Gabriel is first.
No.
I got super chat for Fallon. So
I get the super chat priority.
Yeah, he's getting the super.
Oh, sorry, there. I didn't saw. I'm sorry, Mr. Fallon.
Go on, Fallon. I can hold the thought.
You can call
This
me
is
Paul.
Gabriel. No.
No, I was just going to say that obviously Mr. Putin had a lot of connections with the banditry that was going on in the 90s in Russia, and that's why Yeltsin chose him to be his successor, because he knew he wasn't going to tell tales and he wasn't going to rat them out and try to hold them to the accountability that they probably deserve to be held to. But you have to admit, the Russian people were very dissatisfied with the way things had transpired in the 90s, and Putin has led them out of that morass. I mean, he whether I'm sure he's got things that he's done that aren't completely within the within the acceptability of whatever you want to call yourself in Sweden, but he has certainly done a lot for. He has certainly led Russia from a shithole of what it was in the. I was there in the 90s. I was in Russia several times in the 90s, and knew where it was. And believe me, he is the best thing that ever happened to Russia. And you know what America needs? America needs a goddamn. They don't need a Trump. They need a Putin. They really need a Putin. We don't need a fucking Trump, because looking at what he's doing, he's. I don't think he's leading us very, very far into the future. So that's all I have to say. Then thanks for the super chat, Iranian Putin. We're rooting for Putin, according to our friend that asshole from
DPA Open Mic is funded by the Iranians and the Russians. You see.
Yeah, we love it.
Gabriel is next. Sorry, Gabriel.
Yeah, that's the real interference that no one's talking about. No, but yeah, I think it's pretty incorrect to assume it happened, like all those things that you said that happened under Putin's watch. It's quite the contrary. Like, it happened when he was under the watch of those who were doing the plundering, and it's pretty obvious for anyone who pays attention that it was a very clever spy-ish move to infiltrate into the structure of power that's emerging and subvert it from inside. And it's one of the rare occasions when you see that happen. Like, instead of making an opposition and throwing fits and fret about what's going on, you infiltrate it. And he even said that when he takes the charge as prime minister, he's in the hall of the Kremlin and he's making a toast, and he says it like he says, infiltration successful, when he gets to. So it's pretty obvious what's going on that issue. And yeah, like, whatever you want to paint it as, you just need to compare the discourse, to see the level of intelligence of the leaders in China, in Russia, and in the entire West, and like the IQ of one of those two, of Xi Jinping or Putin, surpasses the IQ of the entire collective West's leadership. So yeah, like, to what Fallon was saying, I totally agree. Like, we'd all wish to have like a competent and effective leader, and the proof is in the pudding, or by their fruits you shall know them. And what you say about Russia having been courting the West, or looking for good relations with the West, that's a strategic move. If it would have worked, it would have been good for both the West and for Russia. And since it didn't work, it's still good for Russia because it comes out clean diplomatically. Like, they did all they could to keep good relations. They kept all the contracts. They're keeping their contracts in spite of all this situation.
Oh, God dang.
And so it's pretty. Sorry if I'm taking a while, but I waited for a long time, so I'm addressing
Naughty boy, Vaughn. You're naughty. Don't mess with Jesus, please. Come on.
That I didn't address earlier. And so all those things you pointed out as critiques are more flattering than an actual critique. Just to point that out. And also, I wanted to do a callback to what Toby had said, which was a very interesting analysis. And yeah, I had always thought that war doesn't really produce profit. It's a wasteful endeavor. It's like all the investments in industry and manpower and logistics and intelligence that is poured into that is done for a futile enterprise that doesn't bring forth profit. It doesn't bring forth a better harvest or surplus. You know, it's the contrary of surplus. But yeah, it makes sense that the gain that comes forth from war. Thank you for appearing, Toby. It makes sense, and in a very short-sighted perspective. Like, yeah, as you said, when a war breaks out and countries break down, you have black boxes there where all the accountability, all the accountants, all the laws go out the window, and you can ransack, and like individuals can make massive profits in very short order. And so yeah, it's super profitable in a very short-sighted way. But thinking of it as in the perspective of a nation that has to do long-term planning, it doesn't make any sense. So it's basically an exercise in corruption at a massive scale and totally brutal. It's like the worst crime. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, that was my thought on that. So whoever wants to go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick. I think it's kind of disingenuous to complain about how Putin consolidated power. It's like the idea that the way he consolidated power, the alliances he made, the resources he used, the things he manipulated to get where he is today. I mean, look at the end result. It doesn't really matter how he got there. The end result is beneficial to the average Russian, to the country. And I mean, any other country usually does it, but we act like we don't. And the countries that don't do it, people are like, why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you taking care of business first? Yeah, he may make some money and get rich off the thing, but still the end result is it's beneficial overall to his country. And I just think it's a little disingenuous to complain about how Putin's played the game over the years and made the maneuvers and the calculations to put himself in the right place at the right time to make the moves he had to make. Because anyone else has done it too. I mean, America, Britain, any numerous European countries, they've all done horrible, scummy things to hold power and gain power and, access to power.
Yeah. Every single one of them. All those virtual signalers have done the most horrendous and disgusting things.
He
Go
left.
on,
he left.
I mean, maybe he had an advantage because he was in the KGB, but, he still isn't any different than anybody else.
He left.
So if I can respond to Gabriel, the thing about globalism that I find interesting is that the movement of globalism is staffed by people who made vast amounts of personal fortunes by exploiting the system of nation states. They've basically been working outside of any legal oversight. And I think that when we look at the scale of the criminality involved in Ukraine, the people involved in NATO and in the governments that are doing all the money laundering, they see it as lawful. And in Iraq it was, right? It's like, this is the thing about a state ending. This is about the thing. It's like if you have a whole region and there's no records being kept and no one's being paid to keep records, right? If you create a new replacement state on paper, whether you do it in Westminster or Vienna or New York or whatever, right? You create a new thing from the ground up, and this was done in Iraq, right? The old thing just disappears into it. It's like a scandalous news story when something big comes along. It just disappears. Everyone was talking about it yesterday. No one's talking about it today. It's gone. Poof, gone, right? And the thing is, when a state dies, that's what happens. And that's the game that's going on in Ukraine at the moment, right? Get rid of the state so that nothing is left of the criminality. But on a broader sense, Gabriel, the whole thing about a corporation is that a corporation is kind of, in an international context, it's kind of beyond law. They do what is called forum shopping, where they look around for the lowest tax rates and the least regulation. And they even structure their large corporate groups in multiple jurisdictions so that if anyone wants to bring any legal process against them, they need to bring legal actions for in 4 different jurisdictions, which may not even have legal relationships with one another. So the companies that make up globalism are a bit like the pirates of the free wild seas of antiquity. They have no superior regulation. This is what Davos is as well. It's like, people ask, who appointed Davos? Nobody. That's just a bunch of rich dudes, right? That's why I think globalism is going to fail, right? Because globalism is predatory. Globalism is a bunch of rich dudes trying to plunder states. All the ideology that goes along with it is cooked because it's completely insincere. I don't think we should be distracted by the news stories. There's an old saying that all politics is local. I don't know if you guys have heard that saying. All politics is local.
It's a very American saying.
Right. Well, what it gets at is that politicians may sound crazy or they may sound stupid, but that's their job. Politicians are not stupid. They're very focused people. They want a very specific job, a local job. And the reason they want it is because it controls money, right? It controls public money. And they have associates, friends, and relatives.
Toby, just one question. Why does it matter that it's states? Why is it that it's rich people trying to rip off states? Why isn't it just rich people trying to rip off poor people?
The states, because the states gather the money from the poor people. That's called taxation, right? And so when you have a central revenue fund at the heart of a state, that's just a money fountain. That is the big rock candy mountain, right?
So
this is why planned economies fail, because a planned economy like we have now, right? Everybody just starts plundering the money fountain and the big rock candy mountain, because that's how you make money. You don't make better products or please your customers. You just plunder the state. This is how empires and states collapse, right? Because the senatorial class, the aristocracy, the patrons, they begin plundering the state instead of building the nation. And this is what globalism is. It puts itself out as a project for one world government, but it's just the plunder of the West. It's just the absolute plunder of the world by unregulated corporations.
Yeah, I call that neoliberalism, but okay.
And anyway, my point about politics being local is politicians want a specific control over a specific amount of money. They're very deliberate and exact and intelligent, but they will say anything at all to get you to go look at a squirrel. Look, a squirrel. But don't look at the money. Talk about LGBT, right? Talk about transvestites. Talk about anything that gets people sexually excited, right? Talk about anything, but don't talk about the job I want and the money I'm going to control and who I'm going to give it to when I get elected. So that's the meaning of all politics is local. And we ought not try and predict what politicians are going to do based on the things they say, because what they say is inevitably a distraction. If you want to know what a politician's going to do, find out who his rabbi is, find out who paid him to get him into politics, right? It'll be a billionaire, and there's a short list, right? And then find out the money he controls and where it goes. Then you know what's going to happen next.
I was just going to interject that all politics is local is generally attributed to a guy named Tip O'Neill, who ran Congress for quite a long time. I just want to throw that in there.
I just want to respond to a couple of things that you guys been saying here. I just want you to pay attention to one thing. I hope we all agree that when the rockets are flying over Russia and into Russia and are killing people in there on the territory that is, so to speak, Russia proper, not the ones that have come under control recently, but the one that is not disputed by anyone. Okay, so we have a situation where de facto the Frances of the world, Brits of the world, all those other countries are attacking a nuclear power, world's biggest nuclear power, with the second strongest army and forces in the world. And what has Putin done? Nothing. What does it teaches all those other countries? That as long as you have somebody who is an intermediary, as long as you can have some proxy, it could be Ukraine, it could be Georgia, it could be Kazakhstan, whatever, you can always topple some government somewhere but it teaches that you can use the proxy and attack Russia pretty much open. And as long as you are using proxy, Russia cannot do anything to you. And the second point, this has not, this has not, one moment,
forget it, do point by point,
one moment, please. One moment, please.
Yeah, but don't make
this
sense.
has
Okay,
not
make your second point. Make your second point, please. To make it quick, because everybody's trying to talk.
Yes. Second point, this has not happened, that the Russia has been invaded by foreigners, has not happened since Hitler. This has not happened since Hitler. Putin has elevated Zelensky, a clown, to a level of a Hitler.
Super chat.
compare Hitler with others.
Wait. Tungo Skajab. I see Bradley is role playing his dark side.
Oh, damn.
Okay, you guys can continue.
Yes, it's Darth Bradley today. But anyway, so I have so much stuff to say about what Leo said, but my finger was not up. So everybody who had their fingers up, go ahead, because I just want to tear into it.
I just wanted to reply first very
Gabriel
fast,
as well.
Yeah, but saying that Russia did do nothing, they just give a very big warning this week by sending like a fucking badass missile, like maybe the one behind me, just to say, you know what we are capable of. We are just testing on our playground. We are fucking conducting testing on our playground with new stuff that is fucking hypersonic. What do you think that Russia is going to say? We are doing nothing? No, they just taking their time. But an escalation that Russia is going to have, or that Ukraine wants to have, or America wants to have with Russia, is going to end very badly for Ukraine. Russia just have the time to invade Ukraine. They just have the time. So they're going to lose some stuff. They're going to lose some ammunition depots. But once, like the mistake that Biden did, and Russia just, you say zero, but there were like 36 Mach 11 at 12 missiles just popping down to the country of Ukraine with not even a warhead inside of it. And they basically destroyed also a factory or depot with an underground with an underground basement, just by not using nuclear, but something that can be nuclear capable.
In Ukraine, not in Britain.
If you have something like that in your fucking country that you are able to launch, just like one example, and I showed last week another example, by plane, you need to be fucking afraid if they are giving you that warning. Like,
the point is
that was the point.
The point is that we said before.
Country. I am afraid.
The point is, we said before. There's plenty of things the Russians can do to NATO and the West to retaliate without going directly at France or Poland or Germany. They don't have to do anything like that and escalate and give NATO some excuse to do something stupid again. They can hit targets that are important to NATO and their agenda in Ukraine with these missiles and destroy the targets. And the thing is another thing that's in NATO's face and Ukraine's face is that Russia basically announced that they're going to do tests and that Ukraine is the test ground. It's basically a firing range because they know there's nothing that can intercept what they're going to send if they want to send something. And it sounds like they're going to probably send another one over Thanksgiving.
That is something
especially after the second attack. I mean, the thing is there's literally thousands. Like I said, there's thousands of things they can do short of going toe-to-toe directly at the United States or NATO that would cause all kinds of problems. I mean, really, it's like that's what Biden and them want. They want to poison the water as much as possible, so why give into it? I mean, if they lose a depot or a fuel depot or something, that's not a big deal. It sucks, but that's nothing. I mean, you know,
civilians
what you got to watch out for is if they shoot. What you got to watch out for is if they hit a civilian target or if they hit something actually important militarily, which is doubtful. But there's a chance they hit a civilian target in Ukraine. The Russians will.
But because I was, and actually, you do go some very good points. But like I think Russia knew there was something in that depot, so they strike it also, because they're not going to do these tests. Because don't forget that Russia allowing themselves to do some testing of new stuff during a war on the war grounds. They are
Russian civilians are dying in Russia. Russian civilians are dying in Russia.
No, but
They said
civilians
let me
not
finish.
dying.
just real
Russian
quick.
civilians not dying.
No, I
Just real
Russians are
quick.
dying.
Just real quick. Just real quick. No, just real quick.
West
The
don't
target
care
in the
about Putin's warning.
no,
He is
just
a
real
clown.
quick.
Yeah, Von, speak to me.
The target in the
Everybody has to
Dnipro
talk
that was
together.
hit.
Let's join.
Just real quick, Lambo.
Yeah,
Lambo. The target in the Dnipro had underground workshops and repair yards. That's why it was hit.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, yeah,
But you need
Lambo, you made your point.
Wait. Like, let me finish first my point, because nobody let me finish. Like, if you're just looking
But you
also
made
like,
your point.
like saying,
Well, stop walking in circles. Make your point then.
Like saying no, but we don't be fucking that. There are people speaking fucking on the open mic for a half hour, and I'm not.
No one cares about Belgium.
They should make their point
The
too.
rest don't. Now I'm speaking about. I'm going to take the fucking the brave.
Hey.
Super chat. Rest don't care about Putin's warnings. He's a clown. It's a stupid thing to say that. You're fucking speaking about one of the biggest nuclear powered countries in the world. Of course they're afraid. And they did never expect that Putin is going to spend a very expensive missile to just give a warning, to just show what they're capable of. There was a very, very big warning to the West. There was a very big warning. But the West politicians are fucking stupid and just playing like Call of Duty on PlayStation. They are not living in a realistic world. They don't give a shit about people dying in Ukraine. You need to understand that one. They don't give a fucking shit from
we
people
understand.
of Ukraine
Can I say
dying in that
something?
world. They're using
Lambo, your
Ukraine.
potty
No,
mouth
wait.
is a disgrace.
No fucking way, Toby. They are using Ukraine just to try
You
to
already
weaken
said
Russia,
that.
and it doesn't work. They lost a lot
Kiss
of
your
money
mother
of
with
it,
that mouth.
and it's now all about the fucking money they are doing in Ukraine. And that's why the West
Yeah.
is trying to continue.
I agree with you, Lambo,
It's
but you're repeating yourself.
suicidal.
Okay.
It's suicidal for us also, living in the world.
You're going in
and not
circles.
want to be nuked by a country like Russia. That's something fucking
Please
dangerous.
respond, Gabriel. Please.
He is triggered.
No, but no, it's just
Okay.
fucking stupid to say
He's
Russia
from
doing
Belgium.
nothing.
Don't
Fuck
worry
off.
about it.
Look, I understand the sentiment that Leo expressed and the super chat expressed. I understand that frustration, and I feel it as well. Like I'd really like for a really clear, unambiguous, comprehensive response that puts all these pompous pricks and like suicidal megalomaniacs in their place. That would be wonderful. But then again, you have to measure the risks, the potential. Like, yeah, Russia is suffering casualties. They have a chunk of their territory invaded, but what is the greater risk? What is like the lesser evil? And I personally, in spite of my feeling of like hopefully someone puts these assholes in their place, I personally feel grateful that there's an adult in the room that can manage escalation in a rational manner, and not plunge us all into a extinction level event. I personally think that's a good thing. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but in spite of this feeling of let's kill them all, like I feel grateful that someone with the level of destructive power, apocalyptic destructive power, has the rationality and the self control to manage escalation in a rational way that doesn't plunge us into an extinction level event. And to what Lambo was saying of the depot, it wasn't a depot. It's one of the it was the biggest rocket factory of Ukraine during the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
It wasn't a random depot. It was a huge, massive bunker of rocket science and workshop. So yeah, it wasn't a minor target, but also one thing that I've pointed out before, and I'm going to repeat it again because the topic keeps on coming up, is that most of us are focused on most people are focused on the war, on what's happening on the battlefield and all that, and in doing so they ignore the greater diplomatic situation that what doomed the Soviet Union was its diplomatic isolation, and Putin is having learned from that historical period. He's doing everything in his power to improve Russia's diplomatic situation worldwide beyond the conflict. So that's part of the strategic importance of managing escalation. That is, you can consistently prove to the rest of the world, while the West demolishes their diplomatic standing, committing genocides and all sorts of atrocities, and being absolutely hypocritical and retarded, Putin is consistently clearing the image of the Russian Federation for the rest of the world, and in that way keeping the best diplomatic relations possible, and therefore economic relations with the rest of the world. And that's what has worked for them so far. That's why their economy hasn't collapsed in spite of the sanctions, and they're thriving nonetheless. And so don't disregard that fundamental rationale in the strategy, which is keeping the best possible image for the rest of the world so that they can keep their economic relations. Go on. I think Bradley.
Really?
Bradley, you've been waiting for a while.
Thank you. First, I'm going to read off this super chat. 10 freaking bucks. Thank you, man. The West in general, especially the U.S., is ill prepared for war. 75% of draftable age males are not physically ready. Munitions capacity isn't there. There is no true Russian experts in the West. I definitely agree with the last part.
I agree with all of that. I think that's a very
me
well
too.
said statement.
He's making good points.
Yes. I think it's a very spot on statement. Thank you very much for your super chat.
I think it's actually worth going on with that too. Like, I was actually going to bring up this point. Like, for all the posturing and the looting and the personal enrichment that's going on, we're not mobilizing for war in the West. And for all those reasons he just said, we don't have the manpower. It's like we have actually like a real shortage of technically skilled males, right? People who can actually operate a mill or a lathe and make something useful.
Or welders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
We're short hundreds of thousands of these guys. Yeah, and the thing is, right, we're not making any more either. Like the major reason for that was that the billionaires that own our political system, in order to make more money for themselves, took all the factories overseas, right? So that's what killed the training regimes and the volume of jobs. But we're not doing anything to we're not doing anything to rectify it. This lack of skilled males in industry, this lack of munitions capability, which comes from a lack of mill and lathe and welder operators, right? That's not being rectified. Trump tried to. Trump's trying to reshore some jobs, but it's not like we're starting to punish the people who moved the jobs overseas by passing punitive tax laws that actually ruin them and their families.
Yeah, and they can't do that.
This model of globalization, where you don't have any industrial jobs in Western nations, is still going on. So we can't, this is why we can't actually increase munitions productions. Nobody has actually said we need X tens of thousands of machine tools operational in 5 years. We don't have a 5-year plan for the reindustrialization of the West. Nobody's talking about it. And so that point,
we have.
That super, no, we don't, Bradley. We really don't. It's not happening, because the thing is, it's the opposite that's happening. Right, we're telling people to become content creators. We're telling young men.
I don't know where you live, man. But where I live, it's obvious they're making massive strides. It's like fields where nothing had been built for like the last 2 decades are getting aircraft hangars. There's freaking jets flying overhead of my apartment every freaking day now, all the freaking time. They're definitely doing stuff, something that they were not doing 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't know where the hell you live.
They're F-35.
But I just want to. I don't know if there's F-35s, but I've looked up and I've seen F-16s. But anyway, I want to respond to Leo. because that was my point that I was trying to say. We kind of have gone a little bit off topic, but Toby did the right thing to address the super chat. Yes, yeah, you did the right thing to address the super chat. But anyway, to Leo's point, it seemed like, from my perspective, that what Leo was trying to say is that, you know, proxies attack Russia, and then Russia hasn't reacted strongly enough, in his opinion. But you know, Leo, you and I aren't the we aren't in a position to kind of like watch what's actually happening. We're not a fly on the wall. You know, we're watching the shadows on Plato's wall. So you don't know how the Russians can or maybe have retaliated. Like, I think that come to mind is like North Korean hypersonic program all of a sudden growing decades ahead overnight, you know, and satellites programs as well. So I think that there's a lot of kinds of escalation that the Americans are hyper aware of, that I've even gotten into violent disagreements with Bigari, another regular on Open Mic, over him saying that no, these aren't really escalations. But I think so. I think in a lot of ways the Russians reserve the right to, and they continue to remind the Americans that we reserve the right to do something like give the Yemenis a second hypersonic rocket. Anyway, so I think that it was Leo next, or it might have been Toby next. I'm not sure.
Leo, you go.
Okay, so first, British civilians are not dying. French civilians are not dying. Russian civilians in territory of Russia that is not disputed is dying, and we can be de facto certain that it is British and French that are killing them. Putin is not doing anything that we know of. We can imagine, speculate that maybe there are some covert
we've established that point, but what's your overall point?
We can operate only on the basis of facts, and there is no known fact about that the French civilians or British are getting killed. And
that doesn't matter though, because make your point though, because you're saying the same thing again.
Watching this,
you're saying that as it's some form of criticism.
Russia will look at this and say, how about I arm Georgia next, and there is a conflict, a territorial dispute with Abkhazia and Ossetia. Officially, vast majority of countries in the world has not recognized those territories as anything other than the territory of Georgia.
You're saying where the West is going to arm Georgia next.
Finish.
Well, I'm trying to understand his point. I'm not trying to understand what he's trying to say.
Listen to it, and you might understand it. Let him finish.
Well, the thing is that he's saying the same thing again.
This is a precedent. This is a precedent, and
yeah,
in the same way, you can put fires like this throughout the whole territory of Russia, because the next country could be Georgia, and after Georgia, the next country could easily be, for example, Kazakhstan.
So that's your point. Your point is that is going to arm Georgia next. Is that really your point?
When he cannot respond, he is provoking the aggression that will be much bigger.
You already said that. So tell me, is your point then that Georgia is going to open the next front in the Ukraine war? Is that what you're trying to say right now?
Kazakhstan, Georgia, plenty of countries that can be used.
You said Georgia.
Here's the way it sounds to me.
Why not?
No. I mean, here's the way it sounds to me. It sounds to me like you just have a criticism of Putin's response. You don't like.
That's what I was saying.
You think he should like nuke France or nuke Britain or something, and he's not doing it. So you're saying he's weak. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah. There's literally 1,000 ways they can strike back without starting the fucking war. Why would they do something so ridiculously over the top, like strike Britain or London or or Germany or any other place, when they can hit targets in Ukraine and do as much damage to the war effort as they want? That's what matters. Killing Ukrainians is what matters. I mean, yeah, they probably love to take a shot at some generals, but it's like somebody said before. Let me finish real quick. They said Russia can flow the escalation ladder, and all they have to do is wait, because the West is obviously the ones out of control, and all they got to do is wait until the West over-escalates, and countries like China and say, hey, you know what, that was out of line, you got a right to retaliate, and they get a lot of the world on their side. And the chances are that, you know, in the last 2 months, Biden's probably going to try and do that, and he'll probably do something stupid, or whoever's running Biden. But I mean, really, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're just complaining about you don't like his response or what you would do. I mean, it's kind of good you're not in charge, because it sounds like you'd like, you know, start a fucking war.
Yeah, and
Well,
and,
anyway.
and you point out real
Gabriel,
quick.
Gabriel,
you point out
Gabriel.
that,
No, Toby first.
yeah, go on,
Yeah.
Toby. Sorry.
And then me.
Okay, like I'm going to briefly bring it back to what Vaughan was saying like a while ago about this missile strike, which I agree with. Like he's clearly read into it. Russia is testing a new missile system, right? They've been developing this system for a long time. It's not a nuclear system. It's a ballistic missile that takes a whole bunch of, I think they're called Avangard. They're basically like the old rods from gods. They're glide vehicles. They're kinetic energy weapons. They reach Mach 20, and the big deal about them, the reason that they're new is because that you can navigate them. They maneuver, right, as they come down. And at Mach 20, if you can maneuver, you achieve two things. One is you become impossible to intercept. And two, right, if you can maneuver and pinpoint a target using GPS, you become as accurate as a JDAM, right? And so this is what they're testing. They're testing this missile system. They're testing an ultra-deep penetrating kinetic weapon against a bunker complex, right?
Very publicly.
In a city that is protected by the best air defense in the world, to see if it works. They've not done it before. That's all this is, right? Now, there might be some collateral benefits to it, like, you know, intimidating Western CEOs from visiting their subsidiaries in Ukraine because nowhere is safe. Doesn't matter how deep you are. One of these things is going to get you if you're 5 stories underground. Although we haven't seen that, right? But I'd be very curious to see the photos, because that's what Avangard was designed to do, right? And so that's the message. But the point that Vaughan makes is a very good one, right? This wasn't a nuclear system. Like everybody getting their panties in a bunch and going on about the geopolitics and Putin's warning the West about the nuclear deterrent, and this is a new weapon system. Look, for a start, ballistic missiles aren't new. Secondly, hypersonics aren't new, right? Thirdly, this isn't a nuclear system. It's not designed. If Russia wanted to send a nuclear weapon, they're not going to use this system. They're going to use one of their many other ICBMs or hypersonic missiles. This is the Avangard system. This is a deep, ground-penetrating kinetic weapon that is not able to be intercepted because it uses maneuverable glide vehicles at Mach 20, right? And like that, the thing is, we all saw that. We all saw those 6 rods striking the ground. But did you guys see the analysis where the cars in the foreground of that video, all of their alarms went off, right? So that's how much the Earth is shaking all that distance from the impact site. Like
So the
those
delay and
things,
impact
the kinetic energy of those things, according to the physicists, is off the chain, right? That not only do they go down 5 stories or 10 stories, everything just gets vaporized, right? And kilometers away, the Earth shakes enough to set the car alarms off, right? So this is new, and we all saw it. It looked spectacular. It looked like a light show, you know, almost like an electric bolt going so fast. So that's special, and it was very, very interesting. But it wasn't a nuclear warning. It was right. It was exactly what Vaughan said before. Russia is using Ukraine as a testing ground for new weapon systems.
Hey, say
and
Mr. Lambo also, to be
and no, fuck Lambo and
because I did good points. I did this fucking same points.
Silence! Yeah, I command you to be. So you know. Anyway, so Vaughan's right about this. Leo's getting excited. Bradley's drunk.
Love you too.
Gabriel needs a new camera, and who's next? I think it's. I think Leo wants to respond, but maybe Wyatt.
Fucking me, dudes.
A quick one.
Fucking me, Toby.
So,
Yes,
just to address the point that Bond made, I never suggested that he should nuke them. I never suggest nuking London or Paris. I did not go with this to go to Kiev. I did not make that decision. If Putin made the decision to go to Kiev with his army, then it was his responsibility to make sure that Russia does not get invaded. That Russia got invaded is his and his only fuck up. It's a complete fuck up. And if you look at it strategically, just as you would play chess, you look at it and take notes. If you want to undermine Russia, it's enough only to use proxies, any kind of country that has border with Russia, and then you start a conflict over water. There are gazillions of territorial disputes that are still left since the fall of the Soviet Union. I will remind you, there is Transnistria, where there is hundreds of thousands of Russian citizens. What will Putin do when they will take Transnistria, Ukraine, and Moldova, when they will squeeze all the Russian citizens that live there? I promise you, he will do absolutely nothing again.
I was thinking he was probably. I was thinking. Just real quick. I was thinking he was. I was thinking he was probably going to cross the Dnieper maybe late next summer, and probably drive to Odessa, and then after they chill out there for a couple of days, have some beers, probably swing over to Transnistria and just link it all up. Pretty easy. I mean, seems pretty reasonable.
Transnistria is too much.
Go ahead, man.
I think a lot of people don't understand.
Let Mr. Lambo go. He's been trying to speak for a little bit.
Yeah, do you think? I'm thinking also.
Then Gabriel after you.
But I think you're watching too much CNN.
I'm after
really, I think you're out of the world. You forget one detail. Russia is capable to destroy the whole fucking world one time and a half. Do you really think all the NATO countries are going to take the risk to fuck up really hard with Russia? I think what Biden did last week was a fucking big mistake. Everybody says it. Every fucking body says it. They had a little bit of knowledge about the situation of the war. Don't forget, Russia has also allies. So they are allowed to work together with their allies if the allies decide to give their ground to use it to enter Russia. The warning.
You're so frightened of nuclear war, Lambo.
Toby explained it very well. It was just a new toy that Russia was testing, that was very capable, that was already hypersonic also. But all the things that like Ukraine is claiming about hypersonic that we shut down with our air defense, fuck off, never happened. No proof, never happened. They never got one proof. You forget one big detail. Russia, Putin, as a fucking big chess player, and he's playing his game very slowly on his ease and just waiting his moment to play chessmate against Ukraine. He doesn't have time to lose. He has time to do it. Yeah, he can just play Russia playing chessmates. It's very easy. Just pushing checkmate. Sorry, my accent.
Checkers. They're playing checkers. He's playing chess.
Yeah, but saying checkmate is just by pushing on one button.
Oh, okay.
No, you forgot a lot of details. Last week I just gave one fucking example about what is Russia capable of. Sending one plane with 24 cruise missiles and destroying 10 times or 15 times Hiroshima, multiplying by 24. And that's just by speaking about one plane. They have submarines, they have planes, they have everything. They have mobile launchers, they have fixed launchers, they have everything to destroy the world very badly. United States is the same. And also United States is not stupid to lose their country by conflicting with Russia. But they did one mistake, and Russia just showed, by the way, guys, I have a toy. I'm going to just show what I'm capable of. It's a new toy, very cool, not even nuclear. We can make it nuclear if needed, because actually that's something, Toby, you need to read, you need to watch it on Wikipedia whatsoever. All the missile system that Russians have, even the S-300, is nuclear capable. Every missile system that they have is nuclear capable.
Even a suitcase can be nuclear capable.
Even a suitcase is not difficult. It's just changing warheads. They can
even a suitcase can be nuclear capable. But let me give a little bit of a broader perspective on this issue. Like seriously, first of all, it's kind of arrogant to consider that, since he did this, now he has to do what my logic says he has to do because, he already did it. So he invaded Ukraine. Now he has to do what I want him to do. If not, he's failing, first of all. But beyond that, beyond that ridiculousness, let me just point out that the fact that citizens in London and in Paris and Brussels, especially in Brussels,
I was in
and
I go to Antwerp, so I go to fucking Brussels.
and in Berlin aren't dying. The fact that civilians in all those places aren't dying isn't a criticism. You know, like the West is killing civilians in Russia, and Russia isn't killing civilians in the West. That's a win for Russia. Okay, it's not a win. It's not the flex that you think it is. And about the precedent of proxies can go and poke at Russia. Look at the precedent that is happening. Like the precedent is what's happening to Ukraine. The proof is like you said, the facts, like we can speculate all we want, but there are certain facts. And look what happens to the proxy that goes poke at Russia. Okay, Ukraine is wrecked and it's being defeated comprehensively, you know, on the battlefield. The proof is in the pudding. And I think the greatest precedent and the greatest victory for Russia in this situation is look at what happens to you when you ally with the West. Look at what will happen to any of you who ally with the West. Like we are the ethical side, we're the moral side, we care for civilians, we attack military targets, and look at what happens to those who ally with the West. They have to be pushed to their utter annihilation, obeying the whims of insane, megalomaniac, suicidal terrorists, basically, that are pushing the proxy to its extinction. So it's not the flex you think it is. It's actually pretty impressive and like definitive strategic move from Russia to present itself to the world the way it's doing it, and also, as a side note, avoiding a nuclear holocaust. So I think it was Paul.
It was
that
me. It was me, definitely. It was me. And Leo, put your finger down. Damn it, it's annoying.
We are just,
wait.
One second response to Gabriel. We just need to have Trump's making peace with Ukraine and stop that whole bullshit. Actually, it's actually very easy.
I mean, I mentioned this earlier, and people should go look at what Putin said yesterday in his press conference, or wherever they call it in Russia. He's making a very, I mean, the guy is pretty smart. I mean, he's making the point of the whole SMO and the conundrum that we're in this country at this point in time. Russia will not allow NATO to be on its border where they can have these exact same kind of weapons that can reach Moscow in 5 minutes from the border of from Ukraine. And Russia just pointed out, we can reach London in 20 minutes. You guys pulled out of the intermediate nuclear weapons treaty in 2019, Mr. fucking Donald Trump, savior of the world. You pulled out of this treaty. This is what you pulled out of.
Very important point.
Yeah, we built this freaking missile to show you that we need these treaties. So you can't shoot a missile at us, and we got 5 minutes to decide whether or not it's a nuke. We can't do that. It's impossible to live that way. You guys have to recognize that we are not going to put up with having a goddamn nuclear power on our border that can shoot a freaking missile at us, that can hit our freaking Kremlin in 5 minutes, and it might be a nuke. We're not putting up with it. If you know,
I think this is a really important point.
It's
right?
important.
It's true. I just want to reinforce this because I think this is the most important point about this whole missile strike. It was an intermediate range. Like people are calling it an ICBM. It's not intercontinental. It only has 6,000 kilograms. This is exactly the type of missile that treaty was designed to prevent for exactly the reasons Paul just said. Right? It turns everything up to to the point where a mistaken launch triggers a nuclear war because there's not enough time to get confirmation that it was a mistake or a deliberate attack, and you have to respond. And because of the way that nuclear deterrent doctrine works, the orders are you do respond. And so these systems, these hypersonic medium-range missile systems, mean that if there's a mistaken launch, right? If a mouse gets into the silo and shorts out a circuit, or someone zigs when they should have zagged, then you have a full-scale nuclear conflict with everybody launching all their nukes, right? It's a big deal. And so I think that this is one of the major reasons that Russia used this weapon system, is to say, you know what? This madness of the neocons, they can do whatever they want and that they live in a unipolar world. It's not true. We have these too. Everybody has them. We're in a multipolar world. We have to ditch this neocon globalist nonsense, and we have to reestablish some kind of international order. So I think Paul makes a really good point. I just wanted to reinforce it because I think it's the most important point to come out of this whole nonsense. And that's going to be my closing, because White's got to go. But good to see you guys, except for Lambo. It's always disappointing to see him. But otherwise, I'll see you all next week. Don't forget, you silence, you back in your box. And like, subscribe. And yeah.
Fuck you, Leo is next. Then we need to do closing because I need to drive my mom somewhere later in a while. Leo?
Yeah. So first thing, Putin has outlived already by many years the average lifespan for a Russian man. Okay, I think it's 65, maybe 66, the average lifespan for a man in Russia. And we don't know if he has 2, 3, maybe 4 years left in him. That's one thing. And the second thing is
that's not how average lifespan work.
That is exactly how average lifespan works, because he was born.
It is if you're NAFO.
He was born right after the war. He had very difficult circumstances under which he grew up. He has very big problems in his background from the time when he was young. He was not growing up under very healthy circumstances because it was Soviet Union right after the war, and a lot of people didn't have enough food, and the situation was very poor right after the war in Soviet Union when he was growing up. And he has spoken about that on several occasions. If you read his own biographies, you would probably know about that. And the second thing, when you guys were speaking about how these other governments would look and take the faith of the Ukraine, I very much agree with you that if you would think of it from the faces of those countries, if you would think of it from the idea that the governments were sovereign, of course it would be that way. It would be suicidal for Kazakhstan, for Georgia, or other countries to start a war with Russia. But do you really think that by the time there has been orange revolutions pretty much all over the post-Soviet area, that is impossible for US to make a yet another overthrow of the government and install somebody who will start a suicidal war? Do you really think it's impossible for US to install again somebody who will start a war against Russia?
Second of all, it's not working in Georgia, which is pretty much being harassed by color revolution. So you can see a decline in the power of regime change.
It's fucking closing.
I mean,
so anyway, we need to do closing. So unfortunately, in 1 hour's time,
he was answering a question.
I need to get my mom somewhere, like in now.
He's gotta go.
Let's do closing now. So
I'm ready to do closing too. So
yeah,
we gotta do it. We gotta do it.
Although I have to say, we did miss one major news is Netanyahu getting
the ICC warrant.
Yeah, which is like, then we immediately see the hypocrisy from the West. It's amazing.
I'll put it in my closing.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, that Netanyahu is not okay. So anyway, Vaughn, start first.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's been an exciting week. Obviously, I think the escalation will continue to be measured. The wild card is what will the West do next. and there's a high potential that they'll make another crazy miscalculation to try and provoke Russia. But I think Russia could use a weapon similar to what they used the other day, and just target another target in Ukraine that's strategically important to defeating Ukraine. So it's not really it's a win-win for Russia. I mean, they get practice and they're actually taking a shot at something real. And if those things are as effective as they say they are, and they're targeting something underground, let's say, again, which I'm sure there's plenty of that stuff around, you might see that again. But there's no reason to strike anything in the West. Like I said, there's plenty of ways to do things without going to the next level, directly. And obviously in the South, that's going to be where all the action is. There's some more stuff going around Chavis Yar. I think Kupiansk, I haven't heard nothing about that, but and then there's that Kira Karovka that's falling apart. But yeah, definitely just watch the Donetsk front, and let's see if we can go till the next open mic without World War III. Check out the live stream, World War III live stream on DPA if it happens. We'll all be there to hang out as we go off the air one at a time. Like, subscribe, and share. It's good to see everybody. Nice to have some new people. Y'all have a good week. Take it easy.
Peace.
Thanksgiving, baby.
Thank you, Ron. The next will be Lambo closing.
Yeah, I was actually promoting.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, thanks.
Easy.
Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we can. We don't use that in Belgium because we are we don't use it in Thanksgiving.
You guys didn't genocide any engine.
You guys are native and you didn't genocide any engines.
Yeah, but we are actually just enjoying our culture. Culture is a big word, but I'm like the guy that's like to promote the proudness of our country and keep it alive. That's why I'm dragging about here I have a good beer after already drunk a few of them before. Be happy I'm not drunk on the open mic because I'm going to be hell. Like the name
sense.
of my favorite beer calling Duvel is devil.
It makes sense.
The way I'm showing, I'm dragging about my beer is giving the chance to other people for years to taste that good taste I had, the experience of it just a few minutes ago. And if the West is continue to do so stupid, maybe we don't going to have the chance to do that anymore. And that's something nobody wants. I was this week really enjoying reading comments on the pro-Ukrainian channels about what happened in Ukraine with this Russian test strike. We're going to call that one just a test strike, just for fun. We have a new weapon. We don't need to damage our own ground. We're just going to do that on the warfare and looking what's going to happen in a certain way, of course, because it was for me it was still a warning sign from Putin to the West, stop playing that stupid game. If pro-Ukrainians or pro-democratic or I don't know brainless people are still thinking that's what's happening in Ukraine is still a game, it's not fucking Call of Duty, it's not Command and Conquer, it's the real stuff that's happening. And I'm just hoping, and what is that, 57 days, Trumpy is going to start to talk and show his promises to the world that he's going to end that war, or at least trying, or make it less worse, just putting the West back to their feet and stop floating and stop doing these stupid things. I still don't understand why Biden, why the UK, and why the French are doing these stupid decisions to allow Ukraine doing. Everybody, the thing is, everybody knows that war is lost. Even these politicians know that Ukraine is going to lose. They are going to lose. But the big problem, and actually, I'm going to say, Toby, I love you very much, and I know you hate me. You don't hate me, but you're still bullying me in the chat. But I don't give a fuck. I just love you. But the quote you gave by, look, squirrels, and then to avoid to looking about the money is actually what's also happening there in Ukraine. They invested so many money. They're going to find every fucking thing to just continue to spend that money in a disgusting way, or even emptying their old stocks to have an excuse to fill up new stocks for their warfare. These Western guys are actually playing Call of Duty. So they're playing like a thing without thinking about real people that are dying. I am not a pro-Russian. I am neutral, but I know Russia is going to win. And the thing that concerns me the most are all these people innocently going to die, even if you're fighting to defend their country. They have the right to fight to defend their country. But there's a game that the West is playing against Putin just to try to weaken Putin, like a fucking game. But like I said, I mispronounced, but checkmate. Putin is going to do that one. Putin is going to do that one.
What's the Russian
He's
word
very
for
good
check?
in that. Yeah, but he's very good in that game, and he's playing it right now. He's taking his time to moving his pions, his towers, his horses, the way he wants to do it. Everybody was thinking Russia is going to be weakened financially and they're not going to survive that war. They are fucking wrong. Why? Because Russia also have the right to have some allies, and they can still work together with these allies with all these sanctions that the Western is going to send them. That game need to stop, because it's not a fake game. It's not a computer game. It's a fucking real game, and it's a stupid game, and it's need really to stop. So yeah, guys, just subscribe, comment, give a like to Wyatt. Look at his maps, because Russia, like yesterday, I think they took 65 kilometers square in 1 day time. That's how bad this goes to Ukraine, and Wyatt is going to tell you what is going to happening. That's why DPA is standing for. We are just messing around, and I am actually very sad to have a new Wayne in the chat. Leo, sad. I don't know.
New Wayne.
Yeah, but everybody has a right to give their opinion and their way of thinking, but he's not listening to us. We are giving good facts, and he's still continuing, like turning around. It's very sad. His words on Wayne. But I love everybody, and guys, keep care of you, and go to www.duvel.com. Do order of a taste pack. Just try that fucking beer. It's Gabriel can say it to me. It's fucking good.
What's it called? What's it called?
Duvel. 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 It's from devil. It's like Flemish from devil. Look, it's written on his bottle. Yeah. It's an amazing good beer. It kicks very hard in your head if you don't used to drink beer. But it's a very good blonde one. So enjoy, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Gabriel closing. Closing.
Give it a taste before Belgium gets nuked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Lambo, but you have too much NATO headquarters in your area, so
yeah, and I'm tipsy also. So
I'm gonna be really sad if I can't drink Belgian beer anymore. But yeah, interesting discussion. I was hearing it for a while, but I couldn't participate because I was working. But I managed to jump in at the end, and it's nice hanging out with you guys and having a little chat about doomsday stuff and other light topics. Another thing I wanted to point out about the situation, the strategic situation, and tie it into like the Netanyahu arrest warrant, which is pretty momentous. Like if you think about it, because the ICC has clearly had a function in geopolitics, a pretty clear function as an instrument of the West for bullying nations that step out of line. And the fact that they had to turn against, like their greatest ally, quote unquote, is extremely significant. It's the demolishing of the U.S.-led global order, because it's their own instrument, and now they're turning against it. They're eating themselves. And why did they throw that ICC warrant? Because worldwide pressure was just too great. Like the whole of the world, every single nation, every ceasefire resolution of the UN has only been stopped by one or two countries. You know, the U.S. and Israel, and maybe some random little unknown place that's completely hijacked. So to go back to the strategic layout of the game, so to speak, of the chessboard. Yeah, the Russians got a tiny little incursion into a very uneventful area, a rural area, and the West is crumbling, is falling apart. So like, I don't know where you see where you can see the win in this. Yeah, they made a tiny incursion into Russia, which is tactically super beneficial to Russia, as White has pointed out in his sit reps and conclusions, and it's pretty clear to everyone. Even pro-Ukrainians agree that it's a massive strategic blunder, and on the wider scale, the diplomatic scale, it's everything they're doing is playing against them. So just keep that in mind, and the proof is in the pudding, and every day there's bigger and bigger advances. I've seen your recount of square meters captured, and I'd say that the average is probably around 60 kilometers a day and growing. Like some days it's 100, some days it's 80, some days it's 40. So the average is around 60, 70 and growing every week. So like they're winning in every single sphere of the conflict, the diplomatic, the info war, everything. And yeah, like let's hope that we can survive these months until Trump gets into power. And even if I think that even if he switches his coat, he's still tied into a commitment to reduce the conflict. That's his base support, which is very positive. Like in spite of whatever you might speculate about Trump's inner intentions, the fact that America voted for him is also an indictment to the warmongering party that was fueling all these conflicts throughout the world. The genocide, the conflict in Ukraine, everything was sponsored absolutely by the Democratic Party, and the fact that America voted for Trump is a clear statement of rejection of that policy, which in itself is an absolutely positive development for the potential survival of mankind. So yeah, with that, I'll close. Keep up the fight, like, subscribe, share, leave a comment, and jump into the open mic to give your opinion. You're all welcome. Even if I disagree with whatever you have to say, I'm gonna enjoy disagreeing with you. So come on in, and thank you,
Gabriel,
Wyatt, for holding the space. Bye bye.
Thank you, Gabriel. Paul, closing.
Well, thanks, Wyatt, for having America, definitely a American time zone open mic, because I don't usually get. But anyhow, it was cool. I mean, it's fun, and I appreciate you putting this forum out for us, and I just hope we, I really do think that we obviously spend a lot of time talking about Ukraine, but I do think it's also very important to look at what's going on in Israel, and we didn't talk about that piece of shit Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, he like, you just reminded me, because he had that little, after he got indicted with that warrant, and thank God, some of the European countries are saying that we're going to enforce it. Scratching my head about why Orban invites him into the country, because I think he just wants to say fuck you to the EU. Anything they say, he's like, fuck you, I'm going to do the opposite. But it just drives me nuts when, like, Netanyahu goes on TV and speaks in English. He's not speaking to his country, he's speaking to our country, and he lies about this all the babies that were burned there, the heads were chopped off, and he just makes up all this bullshit. He's such a lying piece of fucking shit. I just, so it would be a nice Christmas. I got my first wish for Christmas that all these fucking pompous ass MSNBC blowhards got Trump stuck up their ass. Well, hopefully somebody will stick something up goddamn Benjamin Netanyahu. That fuck I gave his. I know how to. Benjamin Netanyahu. Somebody will shove something up that BBS fucker and do him in, but because they're looking at some criminal charges against him, but that would be a nice Christmas present. But again, thank you again. That's all I got, man. Good night.
Thank you, Paul and Bradley. Closing.
Right. So, I'll try to make mine quick. Leo had lots of stuff to say, but I didn't quite understand his point. It ranged from Putin is unhealthy and is dying to Georgia or Kazakhstan might be the next countries to open another front against the Russians in the Ukraine war. I couldn't quite figure it out. So, like, was he saying that another Yeltsin presidency is going to have to happen after Putin, or that the Russian resurgence as a great power is greatly overhyped? Even if I grant all that, I still can't understand what he was trying to say. We all come on open mic because we have something to say, but I couldn't figure out what he was trying to say. Other than that, I just like to say that I don't quite understand why this Odessa missile is so greatly hyped. MIRVs have existed since forever. Is this an affordable MIRV? Is it a clever MIRV? I don't know. I know it's a fast rocket, but many, especially ballistic rockets, already move at hypersonic speeds. So I'm not saying that it wasn't super important. I just don't think I quite understand why this rocket was super important and why we all have to talk about it so much. So thanks to everybody who joined us. Thanks to all of our fans. Thanks to everybody who super chatted, especially thanks to our commander. And I guess that's going to be it from me. Make sure to check back for more conversation like this next week. Peace.
All right, thank you, Bradley. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, because he know that I need to rush off. So anyway, thank you everyone for participating. Thank you everyone in the live chat, and I'm going to drop the outro. Boom.
Join the debate, join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, but numbers yet alive. In the shadows of the flame, a world in disarray, the leaders blind. The vision lost no peace to guide the way.
The music is not playing, so no more music. Bye, guys.